Right, thank you. Welcome now formally to the Horizon Europe Proposal Writing Masterclass. And from the point of view of trainers and my colleagues in the European Training Academy, this type of webinars and one-day online trainings are probably the most challenging ones, as they presume that we know everything about the largest funding program on the planet, Horizon Europe, as well as that we know how to craft winning proposals, and that we are skillful enough to transfer our knowledge in such a limited time frame to participants. While on the other side, it's the most challenging type of webinar and training for participants as well, because it presumes that within the next several hours until 3:30, you will be capable to keep on focusing concentration and absorb such a huge volume and scope of information and understand have a grasp actually of what excellence in proposal writing entails. And we've designed our training methodology in such a way to go from broader general topics to the most specific and usable tools for you, which could be used in your project design and proposal writing and throughout the process of developing winning proposals. So we'll start with the overview of how EU funding works, and also what are those novelties in Horizon Europe in 2025, which will have an impact on project design. Now, given that majority of participants had requested, those who had registered, had requested individual tailor-made specific sessions, and that current composition of participants is in between of complete beginners and experienced experts. I'll be balancing throughout each one of the sessions between those general information which are necessary to understand why is EU giving us money, or what are those key success factors for successful proposals, down to the refinements which are useful for experienced experts, and polishing of the skill sets and knowledge that exists among those who had been successful already. So the first session is broad in general. However, it brings insights into what we need to take into consideration while designing proposals from 2025 onwards. In the next session, we'll switch to call analysis, so understanding policy, environment, and intelligently interpreting instructions written in the call text. Then, based on that, creating a work breakdown structures, and based on that, identifying ideal partners to create balanced and adequate consortiums. In the third session, we'll switch to step-by-step application form filling. We can't create and write a proposal for Horizon Europe in a few hours. It's a challenge. It's a workflow that typically takes 2 months, but we will pinpoint the critical issues that are necessary for winning proposals. And we'll also consider what are the evaluation questions and how to answer, so that we educate evaluators and narrow down their the space for them to give any subjective assessment of what we have been writing, so that they are in a position to give us maximum scores, and without any possible skepticism, criticism, or rejection of our arguments. So we'll focus on how to provide evidence for our claims and how to respond to all the requirements within the call text. Now, next session, late in the afternoon, will put you in a position of project proposal, actually evaluators. So you'll have a chance to experience how European Commission evaluators feel. And you'll be given an example of a project proposal for you to assess whether it should receive funding or not, and what are the strong points and weak points. And we might discuss looking to the evaluator's eyes how the process works. And I hope that those takes out from that session will be very valuable, because in my career, I've learned the most from reading and assessing and refining and assisting in project design, and later on evaluating proposals from the others. And in my experience, that led to a clear understanding of what excellence means, and what are those steps and levels in terms of the quality of the project proposal, and what differentiate different levels. Lastly, we'll conclude with the creation of workflow that can help either you individually or your organizations in proposal writing and creating the winning consortiums. So analyzing on how throughout the communication process, or how you should approach the workflow, what are your responsibilities and partners' responsibilities, wherever you are, in whichever role you are, whether you're a coordinator or a partner, whether you're contributing to proposal writing or not, you will have the opportunity to understand the process and design the workflow, or take part in it in the most effective way. Now, a brief introduction of your today's presenter. My academic background includes Bachelor of Business Administration from IFAM Business School in Paris, France in 1999. I completed my Master of Business Administration at the Solvay Business School in Brussels University. It is one of the top ranked business schools in Europe. Then I've completed my executive education at the Harvard School of Governance later on in Boston. And I as well had quite a few of those project management, NATO and EU security, and all kind of related certificates and trainings and so on. I had a high-level management position in quite a few companies, but what's relevant for you, that would be EU Access, which was the first lobbying company specialized in enabling enlargement countries, mostly and Eastern Europe countries, to successfully participate in EU programs and accelerate the flow of information, resources, expertise, and whatever was needed for them to raise up to the challenge. Then I've also took part partially leading and supporting the Balkan Security Network. We had been doing pretty much similar things like project development, but we were taking into account the wider security concerns of the EU, which are again today, now that the topic became again, very, very attractive in the last months with the Rearm Europe plan. And I think we created the Balkan Security Net Europe something like 15 or 20 years ago, when there was one of the first readjustment of NATO's objectives and roles and so on. So when the question about what NATO will become after the end of the opposite war pact was raised, and debates were escalating in what should be, whether NATO should be dismantled or take a different pathway and so on. So Balkan Security Network was designed as a structure that can be more on a public side of its reach to mobilize civic sector and academia, research and civic sector in taking part to strengthen EU security within and outside. Then I've supported the creation of European Training Academy and led European Training Academy for years. I've developed its operations in 7 countries. I've also supported and advised development of Petruli Business Academy and what's today is now famous ICT Academy and Business Academy, some of the most famous or fastest growing academies and educational facilities in Eastern Europe. Regarding my former roles within the EU framework, institutional framework, I've been working for more than 25 years as a proposal writer since mid-90s. And since then, European Commission started calling me names, like first junior, and then officer, and then expert, and then senior expert, the team leader, coach. Probably what's relevant for you, I've been project and also program evaluator, and I've created. I worked for pretty much all of the EU's operational structures in over 15 countries, and my latest roles as a senior expert covered responsibilities to create or support creation and advancement of innovation ecosystems on a regional level, like for Med countries or the Balkans and so on. So I guess that experience that I gathered throughout all these years is wider than what's needed for you. And I guess that probably I can respond to any question that you may have. In terms of Horizon Europe, I've started with FP6. And for those who know the cycles, that means that tells a lot. And my mentors, when I started working in the as a researcher in FP6, my mentors had already substantial experience. They've started with FP2 or FP4 some 15, 20 years before. So that's a lot of information and a lot of knowledge. Now, how EU funding programs work, and why is EU giving you money for your projects? And this slide provides an answer to that question. You can see at one point of this triangle politicians, then in the other European Commission, and at the bottom you can see beneficiaries, us, users of funding. And it's simplified explanation of how institutions work, and as well why is EU giving you money? Now, politicians, they debate and decide of what are their joint objectives in terms of policies and strategies, what they want to achieve jointly using EU budget. And EU budget is not really called, we call it budget, which multi-annual financial framework. Now, what they want to achieve, and then European Commission as the executive arm of the system can use pretty much two sets of instruments. One is a set of obligatory instruments like laws and regulations. For example, if you would want to trade and export to EU market, you would need to have CE marking. And that's obligatory. It's on you and how do you achieve that. And there's another set of instruments, and that's in our focus today. And those are funding programs. When EU actually assigns a huge pile of money, in terms of Horizon Europe, that's the largest funding program on the planet, the globe. And they are available to you, but how and why? For you, it's on you and us to propose how will we achieve those policy objectives which are set in the policies and strategies. So those are the relevant perception insights that you need to have while you're approaching project design. It changes perception for many. If you think, and many of my clients throughout my career had assumed that if their motives are philanthropy, for example, or like on general principles, supporting some of the, whatever we can call in ethical terms, good objectives in terms of their societal impacts, like supporting democracy or supporting free trade, single market, and so on. Now, in many situations, my clients would assume that just by vocation, just by stating that those are the objectives, you ought to be supportive. And I want you to change your perception. I want you to look differently at why is the EU giving you money. And this is explained in the slide. Politicians, they debate first who they represent. On average, it's not the citizens that elected them. In many cases, they actually represent those who had funded their campaigns. Now, who are those? Typically, that would be large industry and influence groups, often state actors outside of the EU, and so on. So, based on those inputs, they create policies and strategies, not only protecting the interests of the citizens that they represent. And then looking closely at what are those policy objectives, I can immediately tell you whether your project initiative and idea has good chance to mobilize funding or not, looking at how much it would change the situation from where we are right now as the kind of bottom line, as the cornerstone from where we start to how much situation will be changed after your project is implemented, and whether it will contribute to achieve the policy objectives. So when you had embarked on the process of proposal writing, actually what you're doing is you're putting your expertise, time, resources, networks, and whatever else in service to actually do some work for the EU and achieve EU's objectives. Now, as I said, I simplified the process of decision making and how EU institutions work. And on the right side here of the slide, you can see quite a few of institutions listed and so on. Why? Because those would be impact points for you if we want to try to lobby to establish communication with those who decide who gets the money. That's also very relevant for you to know the operational structure or who's in charge for the specific funding program that you're embarking on. So who sets the objectives, who decides who gets the money, who elects evaluators, who instructs, who provides instructions to them, who controls whether they're doing their job adequately or in some cases influence them. So for all the groups here, I provided links. You can see who's who on the link here at the top right corner. You can see the usually priorities decided by the politicians and the influence group listed on the left, and you can see who has received funding so far, which is also relevant information for you because those would be either your partners or people who you're competing with. So I would typically, as part of my initial research, go to the financial transparency system and research who had already won and implemented projects in the topic area that is of interest to me. Now, the same that I had explained in the previous slide is written here, just for those who like to see precise documentary backgrounds. So these are copy-paste from documents, and they say that once every 7 years, the European Union decides on its future long-term budget, meaning the multi-annual financial framework. Now we're programming what it's supposed to look like for the next period, and you're invited to give your inputs. I can provide you a link for that. And then EU overall political goals are developed collectively by its institutions. And now you can see examples of how that happens throughout the Commission and the Parliament and the Council, but you can also see that EU is struggling to keep the level of first the procedural aspects of it and transparency aspects of it and the democratic nature of it in the last several years. Then there had been some erosion to the procedures and inclusion, and because of the crisis that we had experienced in Ukraine primarily, but also the huge geopolitical shifts that we had seen. And prior to that as well, due to the COVID and migration crisis and the first and the second economic crisis and so on, which are now combined with the energy and rearm plan, which are now affecting the EU in such a way so that it's in quite a difficult position to secure its own interests and security. I mean, well, when I say interests, I mean both foreign acting on a global stage and internally in terms of economic viability, that it has a competitive economy. We've seen the Draghi plan for increasing EU's competitiveness as a bureaucratic solution, I must say, that is designed in such a way to actually preserve pretty much all the bureaucracy that we have and add some to it, opposed to the ideas that claim that we would be much more effective if we would reduce bureaucracy. And now this balance of the Commission between Draghi and the proposed plan for simplification, reduction of red tapes, reduction of bureaucracy, and so on, we see that that balance has been difficult to maintain and difficult to justify primarily throughout the propaganda narratives, because it's hard to justify increase in bureaucracy and present it as simplification. And those are the challenges that the Commission faces. Now, anyway, coming back to the funding programs and the main topic, we have quite a few funding programs which are developed and quite a few institutions managing them. Navigating this funding arena is very difficult. It actually employs more than 300,000 people in Brussels. I won't get down into what we had as multi-annual financial framework, because it evolved, it's changing now. But what's relevant for you to know is that in the period from 2021 and 2027, this is the first time that the EU actually had borrowed money. And it actually borrowed money from the financial markets. It didn't resort to different, maybe more beneficial and profitable solutions. So what that implies is that it needs to return that money, or the rates that are coming, and then that reflects on the funding schemes in such a way so that we have less of a grant investments and more of investments that require a return. So that may be the one major takeaway from what had happened in 2021. Well, prior, because the MFF was debated and it was brought into voted in 2001, but the discussions were taking place prior 2 years. Like now, we are in 2025, and we are discussing new multi-annual financial framework that ought to continue after 2027. And now we're also seeing that some of the initially planned spendings for 2026 and 2027 are being already changed. Now, I don't mean to scare you with this slide. This is the overview of all main EU funding instruments. And why is it here? It's for you to see where the Horizon Europe fits. It's for you to see who is deciding who gets the money, how it works, how does the programming work, and also to see in the wider scale, the wider picture of all EU instruments, where we are. It's important to understand that when you're considering your impact. Now, and of course, EU is insisting on synergy between instruments. Now, we see these three groups of funding instruments. The first one being structural cohesion and investment funds. And why is it grouped in such a way? Because it is operated by, those are internal funds for member states, and they're operated by the national intermediaries, meaning ministries and regional development agencies and similar agencies within the member states. This group is actually addressing those needs, looking geographically. Then, and those are the largest funds that the EU spends from its budget. Then community action programs are operated by the European Commission and its growing number of agencies in Brussels. And this is where Horizon fits. You can see here within this group Horizon, and then Erasmus for education and youth, and well, even sports, right? To some extent, it does support creative life, CERF, and many others, Digital Europe, and so on. Horizon being the largest financial instrument for research and innovation. And the external programs, this is the third group, and it's operated by EU delegations and typically coordinated by Europaid, but it's operated between the delegations and the national intermediaries in the states where the programs were implemented. For those who are from enlargement countries, this is where IPA, for example, instrument for pre-accession, this is where it fits, the major instrument for those enlargement countries. But we have quite a few other instruments as well for the security, for example, and aid and so on. Now, this is the same slide, just presented in a different manner, where you can see the full names of those instruments listed horizontally. That helps when you want to read it. But I wouldn't want to point that you should be reading PowerPoint to understand those instruments. I would rather recommend, if you want to have a deeper knowledge about the whole landscape, and if comprehensive knowledge, and if you want to be less exposed to manipulations that we increasingly see by those who present themselves as experts, then you should probably be using this, which is a handbook and a learning tool about EU funding opportunities. So 21 to 27, we've developed it. Actually, a consortium of partners developed it several years ago. We are at the 6th, and it provides a brief explanation about each one of EU funding instruments, what are the usual size of grants, how difficult they are to get, who can participate in terms of types of organizations, whether it's for industry, SMEs, academia, media, NGOs, and so on, how difficult in terms of the complexity of the process and the requirements in the proposals, how much money they have in terms of their budget, and so on and so on. So this is a very good tool to either surf through or use it more in depth if you are working as a consultant, or if you are in touch with some of the other consultants, you want to check out how relevant is what they're advising you for you. Now, I was the author of this. I was asked by the Commission to write a guidebook on how to take part in Horizon Europe, and I wrote the guides in, I think, 2020 or 2001, but then it had one update, and now I'm about to publish another one. So this one is still not updated for the draft work programs that we have now in 2025, but you can download it on my website if you like. And actually it provides the whole roadmap that we are going to go through today on, first, how to identify an adequate funding source. So what's the logic behind Horizon Europe? What is the work program? Example of main calls and topics, where to find calls. Then the section 2 describes how we do call analysis, analyzing the words within the call, topic description, types of actions in Horizon, work breakdown creation, partners profiles, partner search, consortium creation. And then in the next section, we because it's a short guide, we only tackle briefly those key advices on proposal writing, like what are good practices in terms of planning, intelligently interpreting instruction, ensuring that you have causality and consistency throughout your proposal, educating evaluators on the success criterion and evaluation criterions, and how you ensure that they give you the maximum scores, providing credible evidence. And then we briefly explain if you're successful on what to consider in the grant phase and contracting. Now, Horizon Europe, as I've explained, is the largest funding program on the planet. It has 3 pillars and one, I'd say, horizontal cross-cutting area section. So pillar 1 is excellence science, and it's composed out of 3 work programs, which are European Research Council, and it's mostly addressing needs of researchers and how they should advance the quality of their research. And one part of it is, for example, Marie-Sklodowsky key reactions, which is targeting mobility schemes. And then there are ERC, European Research Council grants, that are targeting those principal investigators, those who stand a chance to have breakthrough innovations, breakthrough research results, and so on and so on. There are grants that follow different career stages and objectives of the research. Then we have Marie-Sklodowsky key reactions, as I said, mostly known as mobility and research infrastructures. When I mention research infrastructures, industry typically approaches me and with questions about whether they can get equipment and similar, but essentially research infrastructure is a scheme that looks from top down how to advance what EU research infrastructure needs are in order for the EU to be more competitive and respond to the kind of global challenges in that regard. Then we have pillar 2, which are global challenges in European industrial competitiveness. Now, here what we have are clusters and work programs for health, culture, creativity, inclusive society, civil security for society, digital industry space, climate, energy, mobility, food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment. And joint research center is a separate one. Each one of these work programs is highly significant. Those are all top-down schemes, except to some extent maybe fast-track innovation. Well, but it's also pretty much top-down, meaning that the objectives, the challenges are given, the scope is described, and you need to respond to what the European Commission wants you to achieve within these calls for proposals. The pillar 3 is Innovative Europe, European Innovation Council, European Innovation Ecosystems, and European Institute for Innovation and Technology. Now, I would argue that among the 3, the European Innovation Council is actually the only one which is the best and the most adequate pretty much for SMEs and mid-caps. It's the most popular work program because its funding scheme, previously called SME Instrument and now European Innovation Council Accelerator, that allows up to 2.5 million in grants, and prior to that 15, now 10 million in investments for individual SMEs to commercialize, to scale up their disruptive innovations in the market. So that's great, and that was great. It was the greatest success story since the SME instrument was created. However, now debates, as usually it happens, are between those who are the large one, the big players, and the small ones, which are SMEs. And typically the big players would like all the money for themselves and control on what is happening for themselves. And now we're seeing again the similar process happening, where the European Institute for Innovation and Technology, representing pretty much the large industry and the big players, is trying to kind of impose its influence and will and throughout the whole pillar. Now, widening participation and strengthening the European research area is a work program, as the name, as the title says, implies, which is designed to actually kind of get those who are not at the level of quality that average and the best ones in EU have, and to assist them to reach that level of quality and to expand participation in terms of those who are eligible to take part and invited to take part, but probably not informed and probably find entry barriers too high, so assisting them to get in. Now, prior to getting into the conclusion of this session, I'd like to address these three major project design approaches that I've encountered throughout my career as the most common. The first one, log frame, being used mostly by the external action service. So, and international donors like you, Unfamous, USAID, and all the others. So it's based on the log frame approach. It's called intervention approach. And essentially what we do when we're designing projects using this log frame approach, we'll look at who are the stakeholders. And we can do that because typically external aid actions and donor actions at this scale are looking at not so wide geographical territories, so that we have the opportunity. It's not unachievable to analyze who are the stakeholders. Now, when I say stakeholders, I mean those who can influence your initiative, project initiative, and those who will be influenced by it in any way. So you need to consider who are they. And typically how we analyze them is we look at their interests. Are they interested? Do they have some interest in what you're doing, what we are doing? We look at their power, whether they can assist or stop or prevent us in doing what we intend to do. We look at their attitude, whether they would approach initially with support or try to be opposition to what we're doing, and so on. So those will be usually how we analyze stakeholders. Then, ideally, if we're following the ideal instructions on how to design proposal using log frame, then we, through both way discussions, then we gather what are their problems and what they see that problems are for the objectives that the donor had set, and we create what we call a problem tree, which is systematized way of looking at those problems, or how they're connected, interconnected. Now, as a reflection of this problem tree, we see the objective tree, and the objective tree is essentially like a mirror in glass of this problem has this solution. Like, for example, if we have lack of skills, we would do skill building. If we have a lack of resources, we would add some resources. If we would have a lack of cooperation, networking, we would create some teams, networks, and organizations that connect, enable this to function, and so on and so on. So this is how we create objectives that solve the problems. And then we are facing the last question, the crucial one, on designing the most effective interventions using this methodology, which is essentially, so with the resources that the donor is given, had made available, and with those stakeholders that we have, what is the best that we can do? And it's a strategy question. So once you answer that, you have a high quality proposal. And then there is horizon in the middle. And typical actions in horizon, the most common, are research, innovation action, innovation action, and CSA, coordination and support action. Now, the first two imply that we have first research and innovation action, meaning research means generating new knowledge. If this circle would represent all the knowledge that exists in the world about some topic, then what we need to do is we're going to expand that circle a little bit or more and generate new knowledge that does not exist. It had not existed before. That's the essence of the research, right? Then innovation would mean that in terms of what exists within the industry, or whether it's a service, whether it's a product, whether it's a business model, and so on, what we would call what exists and what are the best solutions, we would call them state of the art. We need to deliver something which had not existed before, and that would be an innovation. Incremental one would be a small innovation, probably optimizing and making things more cost effective and so on, versus disruptive innovations when we look at the entire market and the entire sector. And then we are changing the value chain, which means within the sector, within the market, we are changing those who are controlling the largest market sectors, for example, and we're changing the shift in the balance and saying, okay, so those who previously controlled the larger segments are not going to be in the future those, and some new technologies and new solutions, new business models, and so on will replace that. So we'll have new players doing so. In RIA, we have obligatory work package which deals with research. In IA, we don't have it. So we don't have a research work package. And we start at TRL when you look at the technology readiness level, which would start from having an idea and that's proving the concept and so on and so on. Now we start at validating what TRL 3, I'd say, and 4, validating what we've proposed as innovative solutions, and then bringing it to the market. While on RIA, we would typically end projects with having validation or this first, with one leg, first step in the market and implementation, while in IA, we would go deeply into boosting its market applications and further, ideally, commercialization. CSA is, as the name would imply, coordination and support action, typically consisted out of activities which would be networking, knowledge sharing, coordination, standardization in some cases, right, and so on. So trying to have the synergy of the ongoing projects within the area. So in designing research, innovation, and innovation actions, we are usually starting not with a stakeholder analysis. However, today, because of the artificial intelligence and technological breakthroughs that now we have available at mass scales, previously we had to do it investing tremendous amount of effort individually and kind of analyzing huge data sets, and then we should start with analyzing state of the art to address the key evaluator questions and challenges in the excellence sections. Typically RIA and IA, well, also CSA, but typically for RIA and IA, which are the topic today, are consisted out of the section in the proposal writing called excellence. And then we have impact and implementation. And what we'll see as a new trend, and I'll explain that, is that impact is gaining weight. And lastly, European Innovation Council Accelerator, which is probably, from my end of the scale as a proposal writer, the most attractive and the most challenging proposal that I had ever embarked on. And this is where I had most success, written and contributed to hundreds of RIA and CSA actions, but I'm most proud on my 6 seals of excellence and 6 successful SME and accelerator proposals. But those versus RIA and IA are mostly based on the business plan, and a business plan that supports scaling up and creating and commercializing on a mass scale the disruptive innovations. Now, understanding the logic behind how Horizon Europe work, and now a bit more complex slide explaining the triangle that I showed you between politicians, Commission, and us, is looking at EU policy priorities. Now, I'll come back when we go to the design of the proposal. I'll come back to this later, because Horizon Europe starts with the overall policy for the EU and specific sectors, like a Green Deal, like a Fit for a Digital Age, like having a stronger Europe in the world, promoting European way of life, a new push for democracy, and so on and so on. And then that we have a strategic plan with strategic objectives where research and innovation investments are expected to make a difference, contributing to these strategic objectives. And we have plans in that regard. And then we have impact areas, which are the most important transformation and benefits that will be fostered through the research and innovation. And this is essentially what our projects ought to achieve through their impact. So this is where we end in terms of our project's impact. Now, following the line down, expected impacts from the impact area, this is where specific contribution of the project to the work program is expected. And the impacts are described in the topic in the destination precisely. And destination directly supports these key strategic orientations above in terms of the strategic plan. Then below we have the expected effects over a medium term, and the project supports them under a given topic. They are well described, and the expectations are set clear and clearly defined in a topic. And what we expect as well to see in the high quality proposals are that those outcomes, and in terms of dissemination, exploitation measures like uptake, deployment, commercialization, in terms of short term, that are measurable and that they will be verifiable, and project results, of course. And that's what's generated throughout the project duration. Again, the trend is to have this as ambitious as possible in terms of know-how, innovative solution, business models, policy recommendations, new infrastructure, and whatever the challenge of the call is. So why novelties matter in 2005 and plus 6 and 7, what's left for this 9th framework? Horizon evolves with political priorities. So whatever is the key hot political topic, and prior to 25, we had this twin transition, green and digital, which was pretty much driving everything. Then understanding these trends ensures that alignment in your writing proposal is aligned with the objectives, all of the political objectives of the Commission, and that will actually give you a competitive edge, what evaluators are looking for. We need to anticipate that, and that's how we boost competitiveness in 2005 proposal writing. Then I guess we had spent a full hour by now, and I won't open the session for questions right away, because I think that we deserve to have 15 minutes break. And then we can come back if you have questions. We can come back with the next session which will be devoted to call analysis and developing word breakdown structures and designing effective consortiums based on that. So I will see you again in precisely in 15 minutes at 11:15. And if you have any questions, please type them and I'll address them at the beginning of the next session. So welcome back. We are starting the second session of Horizon Europe Proposal Writing Masterclass. What I'll be doing within the first part of the session is going to draft work programs. I've selected a few, which I would consider the main one, the largest in terms of financing available. So I'll start with health. I can provide you, send you as a follow-up to the webinar, all draft work programs that I have. They are also here and there publicly available. Not always. They are kind of, as usually, a public secret for everyone involved, but I'd be happy to share them to you if you need them. So what we are looking as novelties in health, I'd just go through the major kind of chunks of money devoted to key destinations and topics so that you have a better understanding. We are looking at 40 million for staying healthy destination, focusing on improving quality of life for persons with intellectual disabilities, then health promoting environment with 80 million, addressing pollution, impacts on brain disease and micro nanoplastics, tackling diseases, 45 million, page therapy, brain health, partnership targeting disease management and preparedness, equal access to healthcare with 40 million that promotes generative AI in healthcare, using AI for healthcare. New tools and technologies with 130 million enhancing cell therapies and biotech translation. Then competitive health industry with 112 million optimizing ATMP manufacturing, digitalization in terms of conformity assessment, support to orphan breakthrough device studies. Summary of what's new, but that looks only at differences between previous one, and I'm not sure to what extent this can be called precise, looking at the whole wide scope of proposals that I've looked and their results and publications. So new priorities include a focus on intellectual disabilities, environmental health impacts caused by pollution, microplastics, extended mental health initiatives like brain health partnership, digitalization of regulatory processes, support for orphan breakthrough devices, strategic technologies for Europe platform, seal boosts, biotech investments, large budgets for partnerships, which underscore collaborative approaches. This work program is, for me, particularly interesting because I was always a fan of it. Apart from, for example, agriculture, where I worked on quite a few projects, I also was passionate about issues tackling democracy, tackling creativity as well. What we see here is innovative research in democracy and governance, destination with 3.5 mil countering disinformation and foreign interferences. Now that's a bit of I think it will stay there, but it's very interesting because we had seen polarization prior in the previous period between looking at the main narratives sponsored by the EU, NATO, and US, like Collective West, addressing Russia-Ukraine conflict as the war of aggression and so on. Now, this was primarily intended initially to counter different narratives. But we see changes now, and we see adjustments from the EU as well, although they're very difficult and painful because there have been a lot of investment in propaganda, tackling exactly the promotion and propelling these type of narratives and countering the opposition, like in times of COVID, for example. So we'll see how they'll be, what the final versions would look like in terms of the wording. 10.5 million for preparedness for enlargement. That's interesting for the enlargement countries, of course. Then cultural heritage, which is a largest chunk, I guess, in terms of how much money goes into it, and very interesting one. Partnership for resilience in culture heritage. Then advanced collaborative cloud for cultural heritage as well, social and economic transformations, particularly to destination. And for example, with the call tackling gender-based violence, and also like improving mental health in education and work. And in example, also promoting autonomy for persons with disabilities. So wide area of social sciences and humanities topics, quite a few of calls for democracy, and quite a few calls which would include, for example, one of our participants today. This would be a main work program for Larinka, where media has a critical role to play as a partner, or in some cases leader. So what's new in 2025? New priorities include tackling disinformation and foreign interferences, advancing science diplomacy, which had never really resulted in anything beneficial as much as I know. However, they're perpetuating it and propelling it and giving it more and more resources. I've been a part of this. I've been invited to take part in those initiatives, been a part of those projects and so on. But okay, so I initially I believe that it could be a very significant tool for establishing connections with partners, adversaries as well, and so on, building diplomacy. But since you had given up on the diplomacy and taking a stand against adversaries without diplomacy, of non-communicating and non-talking and so on, it kind of lost its real sense and so on, and it stayed relevant again to a very minimal degree in enlargement countries and throughout kind of projecting EU global's interests, which were again very much polarized in the last 3 years narratives. Anyway, investment is increased. I'm very much hoping that there will be a change in what science diplomacy in the EU is, that will lead to more factual-based policy making, which was the initial promise anyway, but I've seen that since the Framework Program 6, that promises that we'll have much less bureaucracy and politics coming top down from the high big money interest groups advising bureaucracy in what directions to take, and more of a policy science factual based policy making. However, I haven't seen any proof of that yet in any of the EU actions, including enlargement and including the projection of EU's global interests throughout Africa and elsewhere. So preparing, let's say, we hope for the best again, after 20 or more years of my work, and my mentors would argue that it lasts more than 40 or 50 or 60 years in some cases. Anyway, emphasis on mental health in education and work, autonomy for persons with disabilities, climate change mitigation links, co-founded for partnerships for resilient cultural heritage, very widely, substantially funded, expanded digital tools for cultural heritage cloud, alongside increased focus on intergenerational fairness and gender equality. Because what we can see on a labor market are not only gender based disadvantages, but and we can also see age based, particularly of for the elderly, the disadvantaged situations in terms of employment and so on. Again, another very important and for me interesting work program with the draft version addressing and focusing on, it's a civil security, as you can see. It's addressing crime and terrorism, the destination with 18 million for advanced forensic tools and policing, then 8 million targeting organized crime intelligence, then protecting external borders. Again, we're still investing heavily. Not visible here, but we have a separate financial instrument for that, which is quite substantial. We also have a customs program tackling those issues. Border surveillance, this is more in terms of, so this 10.5 million is more regarding tackling issues regarding research and innovation in that aspect. Facilitating structure crossing, of course, secure crossing, resilient infrastructure, protecting critical infrastructure in the time of artificial intelligence and supercomputing. It came with new challenges, of course. So cybersecurity, of course, with 44 million leveraging generative AI, 4 million securing post-quantum cryptography. I'm not sure whether this balance is going to change in favor of post-quantum cryptography. I trust it will, and it should. Then disaster resilience, again, we had quite substantial investments in disaster resilience already, but when you look at the impacts, I'm not so impressed. I don't know what the auditors and evaluators would say. From my reports, I was always highly critical about the impacts that I've seen. This is not nearly as we would need to tackle this problem. However, we have, of course, other programs covering the topic. 12 million to boost citizens' preparedness. Security in terms of research and innovation, 3 million to accelerate SME innovation uptake, tackling with security issues. So that's interesting. We have also within the defense area, we have this opening. European defense is rapidly opening for SMEs to take part and propose their civic solutions and military civic cooperation, which is, from my point of view, very good. What's new in 2025 in terms of looking at the differences compared to the previous programs? So we see new focus, including generative AI for cybersecurity. I suppose it's kind of great opportunity for those dealing with generative AI. Post-quantum cryptography and security, again, great opportunity for those with resources to tackle post-quantum cryptography, which is a limited number of organizations, I'd say. Advanced border management, quite a few and widespread, particularly inviting, because some of the main trends within 2025 Horizon Europe causes are emphasizing multidisciplinary participation in invitation for broader civic security and NGOs participation. So this is an opportunity, of course, for many to take part in, from building awareness to dealing with the technical aspects of it, finding solutions, or dealing with the dissemination and so on. Then, of course, introduction of SME-driven innovation and their acceleration, which is great. Security data repository, emphasis on climate security risks, cross-border disaster response, and practitioner involvement in the whatever we see happening real world situations and impact. Digital industry and space. Previously, for years, the largest financial work program. I had not compared with others. Is it still the case? I believe it is. Climate neutral value chains with 35 million, boosting manufacturing. 25, we see the initiative towards re-industrializing EU. We see the same initiative in US as well. So, and we see this race and this negotiations about whether EU competitiveness will still be dependent on outside partnerships, particularly US. And we see this boost. It's more in narratives than in reality yet, in terms of financing of narrative that we need to have sovereignty and EU competitiveness sort of independent with value chains which would exclude any dependencies from anyone else, particularly Russia, and then US, of course, and China and India and so on. So in theory, it sounds as we are making a huge boost, according to Draghi's plan, in this sovereign EU competitiveness and its autonomy and sovereignty. However, I have not seen yet proof for that in what we see in terms of the calls. We see, of course, in terms of evaluation, that this is a trend that needs to be taken into account if you want to have winning proposals. We'll see how it develops with these new negotiations and geopolitical situation. It certainly is a trend, so it should be taken into consideration in designing proposals. So decarbonized energy initiative industries, raw materials and innovation, not new area, has been there for ages. With critical raw materials, what I see, there's a competition right now. You can see in the media quite a lot of what Trump would call new earths, but we had critical raw materials for Europe since FP7, I think, as one of the major topics. Then advanced innovative materials, data and AI service with 75 million pilots for 3C networks, then 30 million empowers generative AI, digital autonomy, 10 million enhancing quantum computing, 40 advanced photonics, space autonomy with 18 million, and Copernicus and so on, which are out of reach for us. So what's new? Emphasis on generative AI for virtual worlds and robotics, photonics, telecom, soft robotics, space data economy initiatives, ESO's pilot missions, in-space services, Industry 5.0 innovation hubs, prioritizing human-centric and sustainable solutions. Again, industry for the design for the industry leaders, so those who can assist and help are of course welcome, and there's quite a lot of money, as you can see, as usually in this work program. Climate, energy, and mobility. I think I have two more analyzed. Yep, and then switch to trends. Climate, energy, and mobility. Destination climate sciences enhance IPCC climate solutions, improve extreme event forecasting. We don't know what's going to be happening with climate. EU had taken a kind of decisive and so far continuous and predictable path. But we had seen that US had withdrawn from the initiative, whether the EU would step up to compensate that or counter that with some different measures. We don't know. There's a lot of discussions on it. Anyway, cross-sectoral solutions, in example, advancing sustainable batteries, that is definitely a hot topic, and it was, and it still is, development of new batteries. Support urban transition, gaining momentum. What we see is more and more money going into it. Energy supply, of course, we are in the midst of the largest energy crisis ever so far in the EU. So scale advanced biofuels, innovates in CO2 capture, energy use boosts robotic for sustainable buildings, phases out of industrial fossil fuels, which combines with another program which deals with those who are supposed to be adjusting to this transition, who are highly dependent on fossil fuels. Then transport modes in terms of improving e-mobility and charging, special infrastructure, and upgrades aviation as well in that regard. That brings me to the interesting point, which I had seen that car industry, automotive industry, had been incredibly active in its marketing on the social networks, which I had noticed and also very, very proactive in their sales, very aggressively selling all they have in stock. In my neighborhood, I've been in the last few months in 3 countries, I've seen the incredible amount of luxury and expensive vehicles being on the street. I don't know whether they're really dumping actually what they have in stock, because what I've seen is that, for example, in Hungary, BYD had signed an agreement and already creating a factory, and they are by far the most effective, cost-effective producer of electric vehicles, with their luxury models starting with, for example, 15,000 euros. So I think that brings a disruption to automotive market, and I think what we're seeing is the last kind of stand of European automotive industry in terms of sale and resilience to changes which will happen. I've also seen the first Volkswagen e-solution being promoted at some sort of kind of a bit higher cost than BYD model. So we'll see. It's a very interesting market to look at, and changes to follow. New focuses include the societal readiness pilot, integrating, of course, social sciences and humanities. We really need social sciences and humanities to be part of climate, energy, and mobility. So we really need multidisciplinary approach to these projects in order for them to have an impact and have sustainability and acceptance. So joint topic, of course, with India in terms of battery recycling, waste to hydrogen, lithium extraction, geothermal plants, and so on and so on. I won't go into its wide area. Food bioeconomy is the last one, looking at the novelties in key destinations and topic biodiversity. It's been there for ages. In 2005, enhancing biodiversity partnerships funds large-scale biodiversity observations with 22 million. Food systems boosting agroecology labs, explores nutrition and mental health. Circular economy, of course, develop circular business models, been there for ages again. Scales urban solutions, interesting, with 18 million. Zero pollution, advanced air quality monitoring, climate action in terms of ocean climate links, been there for ages, not a new topic. Communities, mitigates rural demographic trends. This is interesting because what we see is a huge demographic change in terms of in favor of urbanization. Governance in terms of enhancing rural digital twins. So what's new elements include a focus on lifelong learning for farmers, building up advisory networks, EU advisory network in this particular case, which is good. I presume it's good because I worked for years now, some 15 years or more, with some Balkan regional and Turkish regional and Med regional networks, providing this advisory services from ministries down the line. They've been effective. I can say it's a useful support for farmers because they are typically uninformed of what might bring the best return for them, and so on. But strategic governance over that is also vital. So digital twins for rural resilience, multi-actor approaches, which I emphasized, social science, humanities integration, international cooperation. Of course, in this particular case, what we are looking at is, of course, Africa, Asia, India, and so on. So coming next to trends, and I've selected a few based on draft work programs and destinations, topics, and what we see in terms of policy documents being debated. Emphasis on impact and social challenges. The first trend. So we have stronger focus on measurable societal outcomes. I can't say it's such a strong novelty in a new trend, because since I started working on framework programs, we always had this promise of advancing impacts and paying attention and putting more weight on impact. I can't say the promise was not delivered to some extent, because in evaluation, it had always little by little gained, step by step, gained weight and momentum, but I still had not found proof that this essentially bureaucratic environment is nearly as much impact oriented as it could or should be compared, for example, with the business environment. So we have a stronger focus on measurable societal outcomes, policy areas, climate resilience, health equity, democratic trust, measurable societal impacts. Now, do memorize that. Proposals should have a link to missions. Then impact section, again, I claim, is decisive in terms of evaluation, and we should have quantifiable metrics regarding the impact. Trend 2 would be regarding open science and data sharing requirements. It's clear based on the application forms, evaluation forms, that this is the case. We have mandatory open science practices, with fair data being one of the key prerequisites. In 2025, we have ideally, this would be those half-point competitive issues, early sharing of outputs, preprints, data sets expected, data management plan. We expect to see throughout the evaluation process scrutinized for quality, that it will be critical. Then citizens, science and stakeholder engagement will be gaining traction, and of course, non-compliance to open science and data sharing requirements will probably kind of cost you the maximum score, half point, which is in now more and more competitive arena, and Horizon is gaining in competitiveness. It's really important to address all these issues. Trend 2 would be regarding interdisciplinary inclusive consortia. I mentioned that we expect to have more of a multi-actor approach. So we see a call in 2005 for diverse consortiums that need to include stakeholders and need to prove that we have measurable and verifiable results throughout the project, and ambitious results. So that would include academia and SMEs and NGOs and industry. Then inclusion of underrepresented regions. I've mentioned here Balkans because it's where I come from and where I worked a lot, but I also work with MED, I also work with different areas. But depending on the topic of the call, you would see then you would address within the different EU regions, you would see the quality differences in terms of development and results, and you would need to be then aware that we are at this in 2005 looking to have a balanced funding and development. So underrepresented regions ought to be included, but we have, don't mix and don't forget, we also have widening program tackling exactly those aspects of those who are not competitive at the EU level. So don't mix quality of science with having lack of representation. When you say stakeholders, there is a question. What do you exactly mean, and provide an example? I will. I'm happily do that because I think it's a very important issue. So stakeholders in this aspect would imply, I'll take an example to make it perfectly clear. We are trying to promote food safety in a, let's say one challenge would be to advance food safety quality of superfoods for the European markets. And let's say we would want to have safety, quality, advanced production secured in terms of its autonomy and value chains autonomy, being non-dependent on external actors and so on. So let's say that this is a core topic. Now, in terms of who are the stakeholders, well, we have research area, we have academia doing research on all of those topics. So we need them. Those who are the best at beyond state of the art and expanding knowledge in the area, we need them. Now, we need those who are, besides, of course, researchers, and typically because prior to shift, that this is a research and innovation program, the emphasis was on research, and now it's shifting towards impact. So we see that researchers should not actually be those leading the where are we going, but rather on the side of innovation, we see those who are stakeholders. Now, in terms of safety, for example, let's say we want to create shorter value chains. So we have FARC from field to fork. We have reduction in a value chain. So we have production, for example, in a local field, some municipality, some local producer, and we have schools or public entities like hospitals and so on, where we want to test the approach of advancing quality and safety and resilience of this reduced local food chain. So within the project, what we want to do, we want to include those stakeholders, not as a topic of research, claiming that researchers have proven and advised that we should be doing this, and then we pitch to policymakers that they create policies that will do that. But we want to actually, in the project, include municipality and school and public hospital and test and validate results of that and include it into. So instead of having academia, policymakers, retailers, food producers, we would have plus, I don't know how many, but it would imply at least in this particular example, 3 additional stakeholders involved in the project and funded through the project. So that would be an example that explains. Okay, glad to. So you need, of course, I've for the sake of arguing and making an example, I've took a very narrow issue, which is food safety, but you need to think in that manner. The way you critically think and assess who are the stakeholders, that would be highly dependent on the topic that we're addressing, and then looking at who are we influencing and who can influence us. So coming back to the first methodology and first questions of power, interest, influence in analyzing stakeholders. Inviting policymakers, authorities, challenging, and including how to achieve that. Yes, yes. I'm very, very much, again, sort of, I think it's a bullseye in terms of project design when we are tackling impact. Because what you want to see eventually regarding impact, but I think we are overstepping now, stepping into discussion, we are a little bit overstepping the order of slides in the presentations. I think it's addressed throughout the presentation somewhere, but anyway, I'll respond to the question. When we're looking at the impact, and when we're looking at innovators, and when we're looking at policymakers and so on, now, how do we get them to do what we want them to do and what's requested in the challenge and the topic? We need to involve them. So I'll make two examples. If we want to have policymakers, now, will policy brief being distributed to policymakers necessarily generate the change in their behavior and new policy? Now, if I can't see evidence for that as an evaluator, I will claim that this does not guarantee change in their policies. So I would plan throughout the project a meeting, and if necessary, several meetings with policymakers in order for them first to validate the first draft, to debate and discuss. So we are sure that they have understanding at the beginning. Then on the second one, we are pitching to gain compliance. And on the third one, we are promising to have a new policy proposal supported by them, so streamlined. In terms of innovators or those who want wealth for innovation, we need funding. So we're either working in one direction, which would be sub-granting to the proposal, or in the other direction, which would be mobilizing funding, either at the level of grassroots funding or at the level of VCs. So we're organizing essentially the fundraising meetings. We're organizing some sort of pitch competitions, which will gather these two groups, innovators on one side, and on the other side, funding sources, provided that we are not sub-granting through the project, which is also very popular. If you are sub-granting, you're pretty much gaining additional points. So, and this is how you're ensuring a takeoff, that the innovative SMEs and so on will make a takeoff of whatever's created throughout the project lifespan as possibility for further spin out and commercialization. So taking those additional steps to ensure that it lives on the market, it lives in the policy area field, is necessary and welcomed, and essentially it is now a part of winning proposals. Now, so gender balance, to come back to the slide and the order of slides, gender balance in terms of diversity, and not only gender, but age, cross-disciplinary approach in terms of tech and social sciences. Consortium strength is very important in that regard. Trend 4, simplifying budgets and lump sums funding. Now, for ages, I've found Horizon, looking at other programs that I work on, rather simple for reporting. But of course, there are quite a lot of instructions. You need to read the instructions. But now we are stepping into further simplification with lump sums, which is great. So this trend should be supported, so we avoid first planning and then collecting those thousands of receipts. Then simplifying budgets, of course, reduce administrative burden. That's great. Focus on value for money. Yeah, simplification does not necessarily mean that we won't be scrutinizing budgets for value for money. We will. It just means that we won't be scrutinizing, like looking at every receipt plan. But so that does not mean that then the budget-wise we are looking at an easier. Maximizing cost effectiveness is still top priority. Just simplification in terms of managing, in terms of administration of the budget is there. So the detailed cost breakdown is still critical. And of course, misleading budgets and unclear budgets will severely, of course, impact scores. So you shouldn't count to win without a precise budget. Now, increased focus on gender equality and ethics. I think I've already explained that, except ethics. You don't approach like gender dimension in terms of research and innovation. It will be heavily weighted. You don't approach it lightly. You would need to specify details about it. And again, in terms of ethics as well, regarding any social implications. So it ties to impact and ties to excellence, and it will be scored. Higher competition. Yes, I mentioned that. We're looking at increase in competitiveness, and partially due to AI, and partially due to the number of now well-versed proposal writers and organizations who have been participating and taking part. So we're looking at larger numbers of those who are applying, and they have easier task in writing proposals. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are kind of raising quality, and that's my job to show you how you use AI, for example, to advance quality, and I'm about to do that in the next session. So I'll just go very kind of briefly to these points which are written like evaluation, demand clarity, or jargon-heavy proposal. What does it mean? I wouldn't say innovative. My application is innovative. I would say this is the first application that uses AI for this and that. So wherever you can avoid those jargon words, do it. However, do not neglect to use those which are specified in the call, which is one of the topics in the next slide. Now, that means weak alignment with the call is instant rejection, because the call, what I would do as an evaluator, as the first thing to do is I would look at the compliance using any AI tool. And when I'm doing it, the AI would look for keywords. And once they're not there, and if they are not there, you would get immediate rejection. So it's as easy as that. So conclusion for this session, and I think I'm right on time, regardless of the questions and so on. I've kind of speeded up with the latest few points, but we are right there. So trends will shape to 25. And when I say trends, I essentially mean political trends and priorities. Of course, we still have, the basic game is to stay within the rules of proposal writing, within the topic description, within the scope, and to have a maximum quality. And on top of that, we need to add political priorities and see if we can get ahead, competitive edge compared with the others. Now, analyzing the calls is the next session, analyzing calls and building winning proposals. That's step-by-step next session. So key takeaway is that we really need to be careful about each 0.5 point. And I've explained the key trends, and I've explained the new topics. And I think that based on the information that's available by now, which is mostly what we'll have when they publish final calls, that would be essentially the guide of how you have where you have distinctions between those of scores of 13 and 15 in 0.5 points. At this point, again, I'll advise, because of my own concentration and energy, and because of your concentration and energy, to shift instead to debate, to a break. And in case that you have gathered some more questions, please do write them down, and I will address them with the beginning of next session. And the next session, right now we are at 12, and next session will start at 12:15.
Nie wspomnę, czy może do telefon. Ja mislim da Zoom isto. Ja mislim da proste.
Welcome back. The next session is about step-by-step project design and proposal writing. So how to analyze calls, create work big instruction, and then around it build a competitive consortium. Projects in general are about power, which is essentially when you analyze power, typically used as a static backing of the actionable side of it, which is influence. And the objective of it is to create changes. So we're essentially through projects, we're leading changes. And proposal writing also ensure the systems and structures. So first to lead those activities and control and monitor them and manage risks and have clarity and precision in terms of what we're achieving. And that we can as well verify the results that where we're going. So that's what we're doing right now. And this is a make or break session for the senior experts and for proposal writers as well in understanding the excellence of proposal writing and whether if you grasp the tools, the logic, the philosophy behind the session, you'll be able to write winning proposals, essentially. Now, so we are trying to turn calls into actionable proposals. I will be sticking to democracy topic due to, as Darinka has kind of a basic experience and interest in that area. So, and then I've chosen out of the blue, without any particular reason, strengthening democratic resilience in the EU, which is pretty much a hot topic, but we can use any other, and I'll easily switch to different topics and examples throughout the presentation for anyone interested in anything different. Now, what we are doing in terms of administration, bureaucracy, and following the process of building up a proposal, now we're switching from reading the work programs, and I've summarized key topics and changes of the work programs, well, some of them. And from the work programs, if you open them, this is a draft of the first page or the content page. Then we look at the call for proposals text. So analyzing the call is critically important. I can't say that gathering the background documentation and reading the whole work program text is less relevant. It's a necessary prerequisite for you to understand the context. As I've also emphasized throughout, giving you from the beginning the wider picture of the play between different actors and the meanings and the impact of policies in this triangle of us writing the proposal and the politicians, essentially policy officers, evaluators, assessing it, and we're creating changes that they had planned to see. So we start with reading the full work program text. Then we identify, of course, the suitable call, highlight what we need. In this case, I've chosen a RIA action. And it takes time to do this background research and data gathering. In my concrete case, last intervention that I made regarding the calls that would tackle issues of democracy and media and journalism and advertising in that segment, I think that my basic analysis had covered something which is close to 430 plus organizations involved, and something like 220 plus projects which are recently finished or still ongoing addressing those issues. So why had I been doing that? To map out the landscape, to map out the market, the sector, and then I know all the key players. I know from that I have a clear understanding who are the policymakers, who are the most influential players in terms of their financial power, which is substantially, it's very relevant, industry, research, small SMEs, larger ones, mid caps as well, innovations, trends in the market, where's the state of the art, what's being developed, and so on. Now, but that's a background research that professionals do. Now it's easier to do it. And here comes the answer to the first part of the question, which I received during the break, the role of the AI in it. Now it's much easier to do that because prior to the mass scale available AI tools, like ChatGPT, like Grok, like so on, we needed to do our reading step by step. I still do it because I don't trust the AI yet. It can make mistakes. So what we need to do is to read the results of search of relevant publications, scientific research publications, relevant projects that EU had funded in the last, let's say, decade on the topic. What we find on Cordis, what we find on scientific databases, and I name a few. You can find it like a Google Scholar or whatever. Then when we, but I'll come back to the analysis of call. So when we found that what looks like an adequate call for us, we need to look at the text, and this is on the right side in the black. It's copied. The text is copied for this call. It's a draft. It's Democracy 10, and it says the role of civic and citizen education for strengthening civic and democratic participation and support for common European values. And we see, of course, that democracy is in trouble and so on. Now, it has a projected opening date on 15th of May, but of course it will be delayed. The type of action is RIA, research and innovation action. Again, that implies we need to have at least one work package on gathering and generating a new knowledge. Then we need to have something which will deal with, I'd say, validation of the innovation that we're proposing, and we need to step into the either policies or market with at least validation that they work. So that's generally the scope of RIA actions in general. But now we're looking at this. We're looking at this precise text. So what are the expected outcomes? And that, if you remember the first session of the lecture, the training, the webinar, is somewhere here before impacts. Those will be long-term one. We need, after outcomes, we need pathways to impacts. But then here would be outputs. This is what we create throughout the project immediately, which are deliverables of the sessions, of debates, of workshops, of application development actions, or whatever. So we're reading what are the expected outcomes here, and then we read the scope, and then, of course, proposals should and other aspects of the text. So looking at that, objectives in now summarized format are to aim to enhance democratic participation and trust to civic and citizen education across the EU. Expected outcomes should be to deliver tools for citizen engagement, particularly educational methodologies for them, policy briefs as well to inform government strategies. Scope targets EU-wide implementation with a focus on particularly vulnerable groups, my apology, regions like the Balkans, for example, addressing region-specific democratic challenges. Keywords and implications. Resilience. I'll take a sip of water. I think that my mouth is dry. Because when you say vulnerable, you need to move your tongue close to the anyway, keywords and implications. Resilience, strengthening democratic systems against threats like polarization and disinformation, promoting adaptability in fragile regions. Democracy empowers active citizenships and trust, tackling issues like declining turnout and the rule of law. Digital tools suggest use of platforms or for online learning to bridge participation gaps, especially for youth and marginalized groups. Inclusion ensures equitable access for diverse populations, like migrants, youth, aging population, and so on, fostering social cohesion in vulnerable areas. Linked to EU goals, aligns with strategic democratic institutions and supports 2004-2009 political guidelines and resilient governments. And you have here more details, but I won't read them here because what I want to emphasize is the next part. So while we're reading the text, we start first with those key terms which are used. That's the basic, that's the first level. And we look at the key term like democratic engagement, resilience, educational innovation, inclusion, government policy. And we look at the number of times that they're mentioned in the call text. That's one of the things which are analyzed. Of course, looking at the context while reading the call text, you get how significant those are. So we look at what their meaning, what they imply, and was there a relevance and implication. Of course, links to the elements in terms of the call and where they should have a role, whether these would be objectives or outputs, outcomes, and so on. Again, what is very useful is to understand that sometimes the terminology is counterintuitive. It does not necessarily mean that, for example, valuable materials, critical materials, let's say, would mean something that you think it is. Sometimes, and most often, it actually implies that this term was mentioned prior in some of the policy documents, some strategies, or so on. I'll give an example. Once we had a project addressing extraction of those critical, at the time we didn't use critical, we used valuable materials. It still wasn't, the terminology wasn't critical. And then most team participants in the team assumed that that would be gold or valuable in terms of their market value. However, one of the colleagues a few days after, and we started designing the proposal. However, one of the colleagues a few days after came back reading and quoting the same term used in a policy where it's defined clearly what the EU considers to be valuable material. And there was a list. So that had a very strong, severe impact in terms of whether we are doing the right thing expected from us in the call text. This is why you need to understand the narrative, the EU narrative of what EU currently believes to be democratic engagement, resilience, educational innovation, inclusion, and so on. Again, in terms of AI usefulness, in terms of how it helps, is before it was available for masses, we had to do a lot of reading. And by now, it's something that I can't get rid of. I trust more to my own impressions when I'm reading, but AI is very, very useful to reduce the time necessary for me to summarize my findings and to test them and so on. I typically give an assignment to AI and then I correct its results and teach and train AI to use for my purposes. So based on the call text, and you can do it on your own, you don't need now to do it prior to AI. What we were doing, we were reading the call text and reading it in such a way, looking through the eyes, through the lenses of project designers, meaning what this word or sentence or phrase implies that we need to have in terms of expertise, resources, what kind of organization, what kind of network, what kind of action it implies. And based on that, we would group those necessary activities, expertise, resources into work packages. This is how we, prior to AI, design work breakdown structures. Now, of course, if you look at the project management training, and I've been to pretty much all of them, you have this formalized and how VBS is created for different projects, but it's specific for the EU calls, which are top down. You need to create VBS based on the given scope, outcomes, and so on, analyzing the text and extracting it top down, looking at what's necessary in order to achieve those outcomes and stay within the scope. Then if now you use any of the AI tools, you simply copy paste the text and say create the VBS. Now you run the risk of getting a simple VBS, overly simplified. Usually you will get what I just presented here on the screen. So when I copy pasted the call text, which I read to you briefly, I got almost, this is almost correct because it has all the elements, but they need to be refined. Project management and coordination, obligatory work package. So you always need to have it. And it would include activities such as plan the scope and timeline, but you would need to do it prior. This is what AI suggests. In reality, you would need to do that prior to submitting your proposal. Engage stakeholders. Well, yes, you need to do stakeholder analysis, one of the first things, and then stakeholder meetings and so on. Management, plan for management of stakeholders. Monitor progress, of course, that's a part of management and coordination, and submitting reports. Research and analysis, again, AI was clear enough about kind of including in the analysis what is the meaning of reaction. So it means a research and civic education program collecting data. Here, I assume the focus would be on Balkans, which is okay for me. It's not a mistake, but I would double check the call text whether we need to focus on Balkans or not, because Balkans was not specifically mentioned. Balkans was one of the possible options in terms of what are the call regions which might be interesting for the call, but whether we should be focusing strictly on the Balkans, it might be very, very, very dangerous to claim that as AI did here immediately, without analyzing whether we need to include other regions which are relevant for this topic. So this is very, very important. Then analyzing best practices. Essentially, what AI suggests here is what I told you when I mentioned the design of any actions. Where we start from the state of the art. First, defining what the state of the art is. Where are we in terms of the research and in terms at the industrial level, the sector level? What is the best that we have? And then what do we have in terms of research and in terms of what should be coming to the market? Now, this is defining the state of the art. And here in these proposals, we need to go beyond the state of the art. Now, in 2025, it's not just beyond the state of the art. Essentially, what the evaluators and policy officers are inviting us to do is have not incremental change advancement in the state of the art, but groundbreaking. And that's new, and that's a very relevant point. I see a question. What are exact the prompts for the AI to generate this? Okay, I will briefly leave the presentation framework, because I think probably you would be interested all of you would be interested to know how we generate work breakdown structure and analyze the code. So I will briefly leave the presentation and go to some of the widely available AI tools just for a moment. Let me share a different screen. If you all agree, I'll go to, oh yeah, first I need to open one. Sorry, just a second. Let me open one. I'll open Grok. Grok is it's an integral part of X, formerly Twitter. So yeah, Musk. Yeah, but you can go to ChatGPT. You can go to any AI which is available. Grok is, as much as I've figured out at the moment, a bit more advanced than ChatGPT in terms of the quality of results that I'm getting. Just a second. Do I have it open by now? I should. How do I switch screen like this? Grok, you should see it now. Now, I'm going to, yes, let me show you from the very beginning, because my Grok knows what is CLS 10. I've used it so much, and I use work programs so much that if I ask the question, there is a history and data sets which are actually referring Grok in the right direction. But for you, when you start, it's important. Go to attach, and then when you attach, you go to work program. Let's take work program for 25, CLS2, and then you upload it. And here it is. Now we've uploaded work program. We can analyze it in any way, but I'll just go to create a co-analysis. No, let's just go to VBS. Create a work breakdown structure for democracy 10 call. That was it. So this is how we do it. I think you should see results in like a second. So he says project initiation, and he gives me a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 activities. Research and analysis, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Well, it's too much. And here, development interventions. So the work packages are correct. Just the number of activities. Let me see whether they're grouped correctly. 1. No, there's too many. So this is not wrong. Fundamentally, it's not wrong. But first, in order to have a manageable, to look at, in terms of feasibility of management of the work packages and tasks. So you need, ideally, what we're looking at, 5 work packages, 5 to 7 would be maximum, but 5 to 6 would be average. And within each one of the work packages, we are looking at 3 to 4 activities in terms of like groups of activities. So that provides for evaluators a lean overview of whether we have designed it correctly, or if it's not like that, then the question will be, well, why is it so complicated? And you need then to provide justification of why would you have 7 work packages with, I don't know, on average 4 or 5 groups of activities. But essentially, he's not far away from what needs to be done. We just need to streamline it to make it more lean for the evaluators and for the management. Now, additional example, while we are still having an IE open window, additional example, what I want to bring to you, which is critically important, call analysis. Now, I'm about to show you how every word within the text call has a meaning. And I'm going to say, please show all words in the call text for which evaluators will look for evidence. But I'd like you to analyze democracy 10 call and all the words in the call text and provide me instructions how to use them, address them in the proposal to ensure that evaluation is well, that evaluation score is maximal. Now, I can also, if I play with words and the text analysis, I can also add, I expect that my grok has it, but for your education and training, I will add here immediately template. So the first one is application form, and the second one is evaluation. And I will add from use uploaded evaluation questions. So here you have a immense, huge help that we previously, when we were previously designing proposals, we were carefully reading each one of these words, finding the key important words, and pretty much all of them are important, and then analyzing on what do we need to write in the text proposal in order to address what's expected from us by the European Commission. And this is just basic, because when you do deeper analysis, I need to now come back to share the presentation screen. When you do the deeper analysis, you'd find at least 100 words. So, but coming back to the order of things, and I'll get into the cold text analysis in the words. The first thing is to create a lean VBS. And as I said, reading the text and analyzing it and reading it through the lenses of what activities need to be done and how do we group outputs and outcomes of those activities, and what are the expertise needed for those groups of activities and so on. This is how we design work breakdown structure, like work packages. And each one of them here is now streamlined into a group of pretty much 3 groups of activities. And that's easy. Then you have a work package leader, and then you have a leader for each one of the groups of activities, and you get a balanced consortium. So this is how you create initial VBS. This is still, I have to emphasize, for the internal use of project designers and the core team. This is still not the final version. The final version, we'll discuss that in the latest session, but the final version of this will appear once we had consulted experts for all those topics and activities. So once we gathered inputs from those who know how to do research and that data collection on civic engagement and education EU-wide, that would be academia, probably some NGOs as well. Then development of these educational models. Now, those would be experts from educational institutions, those who are at the forefront of it. I don't know, Harvard maybe, or Cambridge maybe, or someone else. Fraunhofer in terms of the ICT and adult education and so on, would find leaders there, get their insights. Well, those who we invite in the consortium, policy recommendations. Now, those who are policy experts need to be involved for us to define and refine what are the exact activities within each one of the work packages. Now, if you take a look at this WebS and you put it in a Gantt, meaning at the timelines, and then you add outputs for each one of the activities, the AI would give you a very simplified version of your initial Gantt chart and outputs of your proposal, which is very useful to have at the beginning and to share with partners. Of course, immediately looking at this through the eyes of evaluators, you can't avoid seeing mistakes. It's shallow and full of mistakes, and it's at the level of beginner project design level, but yet depends on how you instruct your AI to work. And these are just the basic informations that we gave, and that's the result that we got. So if you want to refine it, you would need to train your AI to add more information in order to get more precise results. However, I mean, I'll take an example, just not to make it too generalized. Like if you need stakeholder participation and feedback, I wouldn't start at the end, like 3 years into the project. I would start from the very beginning, asking my stakeholder involvement. So I wouldn't certainly go here to ask, and well, for their sustainability roadmap, maybe I'd go there, but I would create it here and then test it with stakeholders here. But I would certainly ask my first feedbacks within the first months. So those will be typical mistakes when you use generative, well, basic AI without instructing it in more detail what you want to do under each activity. But we're still at the level of basic design. So you get your list of deliverables and tasks, and you get your milestones in terms of how do we check and what time do we check progress. And you have the first draft of how the project's supposed to look like. And that also gives you a good idea on how to allocate resources in terms of how much money ought to go to which partner, how much person months need to be spent on each one of the work packages, and what kind of expertise is necessary, what kind of partnerships you're looking to get a best possible consortium and well-balanced one. So you can get that within pretty much 10 minutes of work using AI. Experience gives you, and I would be much more in favor of educated guesses of experts than what AI gives me initially, because I immediately know, based on my experience, how much would be a person month of someone at Oxford or Cambridge or Fraunhofer or some Slovenian institute or some Hungarian, some Greek, and so on. I would also know, based on experience, on roughly how much person months would take project management, dissemination, this and that, and so on and so on. So that comes with educated expert kind of assessments. But then again, AI is good in kind of delivering and building up on this justifications of this and providing you what kind of expertise and what kind of best partners are needed. AI can very easily, if you ask this, you simply ask, provide me the best partners for those tasks. That would be what I would type in Grok or ChatGPT or wherever. And you see, these are the results that it gave me. And that's interesting. Now, at first, actually, it gave me wrong results. And then I've corrected. I trained it. I asked it more precisely. Use scientific and Cordis scientific publications and Cordis databases about recently finished and ongoing projects dealing with these issues. So that's why the results are now favoring those who had been most proactive in the ongoing and recently finished projects. And it gave me work package for management and so on for coordination. It gave me Erasmus University then as an academic partner. Then you see, it took care about creating a balanced consortium. It gave me here an SME to lead work package 3. It gave me as a work package 2 in research and analysis, Kiev School of Economics. Apparently it's very, very popular to involve Kiev School of Economics in all the projects. And I would say they had something to do with kind of getting Ukraine research funded or something like that. I wouldn't actually kind of think about them as the best research entity in the EU addressing the education for democracy. I would actually consider them far away from the best researchers in that area. However, because this is again how you need to train your AI. AI based on how much everyone in the EU involved this organization in the latest projects came to a conclusion that they must probably be really good at it. So this is what I'm saying. You see, it's a double-edged sword. AI is very, very helpful, but you need to have experts managing it still and training it in order for you to get the adequate results. So I wouldn't certainly put Kiev School of Economics unless I want to play the most popular card for the commission and say, oh, I have them as a work package leader, so it means a lot of money will be kind of pushed there. And then I have someone who actually is reputable, like Trinity College Dublin below, or so someone who are some partners who are in terms of the quality of the research at the top. And for each one, you see, for each one of the activities, I had a lot of suggestions on who should be leading them. However, AI had limited and tried to create a smaller consortium than I actually want, because you need to instruct AI. AI was going for the minimalized lean management of this consortium. So it tried to stick to the number of, let's say, 5, 6, 7, 8 partners. But what I want to do is I want to ideally go to the average number of partners that I've seen in RIA or that I've seen in IA. And how do I find that? Well, it's easy. You do your research in one question. What is the average number of partners for a RIA action of 3 million, 3.5 million euros? And you'll get the result that it's around 15 at least. My last project was 5.9, well, not last, but one of them was 5.9, and it had 30 partners, which is exactly what I advised you at the beginning: involve stakeholders. So we've included a lot of stakeholders. We had 15 research academia organization. We had 3 dedicated communication and impact partners. We had 12 stakeholder partners, including policymakers, SMEs, industry, large industry, and so on and so on and so on. So that gives you this competitive advantage, that the money will be well spent and the results will be tested and verifiable and implemented. So consortium diversity and implementation scores in here, as I said, we had these initial results, but they give you a good idea of who do you want, what kind of expertise, and who are the leaders. Now, in order for you to have capacity to correct your AI and guide it, you need to first do your analysis for the area, sector, and so on. This is where I started from, and this is what I'm emphasizing once again. In order for you to get the best ones and to find who are the most suitable partners for a winning consortium and so on, you need to look at the wider picture, at the market, at the industry level, at the sector level, and do your analysis of publications in terms of the research publications and EU-funded projects and partners who took part. That's easy. It takes around 3 or 4 days to do it for a project area. And then you have it for all times, and it's very useful as well to copy paste and to systematize the project results. Because if you put that info into your AI, that immediately boosts the quality of results when you come to designing new projects, because you're basing it on the winning projects. So putting together a consortium, like without AI, just using your ratio, your critical thinking, would need to consider the subject area of the call. Then, of course, geography in terms of, it says EU-wide coverage in the call text. So you need to think about all the areas, Western part, Western Balkans, Scandinavian, Mediterranean, new member states, associated states if they're part of the call, third countries if they're part of the call, partner types, as I said, diverse consortium involving each one and often more, not one academia research leader, but more depending on what are the topics and the area of expertise which needed. In order to get a balanced consortium, you need to then lastly, of course, expected impacts, someone who had demonstrated and someone who can test, validate, and showcase that it works. So I won't, of course, explain what the academic and research partners and NGO in SMEs and industry and policy experts are, but they are here listed as something like a must-have. And that it really is when you're considering any research and innovation or innovation action at the moment. So that would be about building balanced consortium. Now, from call analysis to consortium, of course, is a lot of research into who's there covering each one of these topics in terms of renowned experts and in terms of ongoing and recently finished projects. If you do it either through your own research on Cordis, or you instruct AI, but we still don't have, in terms of available to masses and public, we still don't have that good AI that can, well, some of them are getting there. I can send you a list that I'm using. Some of them are getting there in analyzing, for example, research publications, but I haven't seen any adequate one analyzing coordinates databases. But if you feed the data sets into them, you might get it. So you need to devote some time or hire someone with expertise in doing it. Big tech is doing it already for a long time. However, I'm kind of still waging that my competitive edge in terms of experience is something which is still irreplaceable compared to AI results that we're getting in the moment. Oh, well, yeah, that is a good joke. And it is a valid claim that we might become absolute. But to answer that question, which is very important, as I said at the beginning of the session is make or break, pretty much, in terms of understanding the philosophy. The next one is also going to be delivering some pitching issues about how to write proposals that gets maximum score. But how do you get a buy-in? How do you ensure that people within the consortium, first, of course, the team, then your stakeholders, those who you should influence throughout the project and whose behavior ought to change as the result of your project? That's the essence of it. That we need a buy-in in the market, in the behavioral patterns, and so on and so on. Now, whether this can be replaced fully by AI so that we get such a level of a buy-in, I'm not so sure, because my experience is that proposal writing starts with some of the senior experts. And I'm glad that the EU started calling me one some maybe 10 years ago. But for example, my colleagues with 20 years plus of experience compared to mine, we get together and we start talking whether we want to design something or do something about it. And typically they are silverbacks in terms of renowned leaders and experts in their fields. And then because they've spent 20, 30, 40 years in some area, they pretty much know the area. They know who are other leading experts. And then the communication starts between them. Ideally, if ego or interest don't create divisions, and ideally at that age and level of expertise and so on, they find motivation to do something and they group around some idea. That's how you get a fantastic core team. And that's core team. And then you'd find smaller ones who'd want to cooperate with them, knowing what kind of tremendous benefits they might get from collaborating with the best ones. It's a transformational experience. And then you get a high quality team in a consortium. And usually then the European Commission, and that's a bureaucratic administrative body, looking at them, if their academia, research, and industry experts would listen to them rather to preach them. They are the ones who decide on whether this is a good policy or not, and so on. So whether AI can do it in such an extent so we get a buy-in on their level and we get a buy-in on the stakeholder level, then once we get the silverbacks and the top ones and so on, the smaller ones, and we then include stakeholders, I think AI, at this where we are right now, AI can help a lot in processing huge amounts of data, considering all the details, expanding tremendously our capacity. But it is, from my point of view, still a tool, an added tool, not some. It still cannot, and it is not generating leadership, which is a new topic, research topic that I've seen being promoted at Harvard and some other institutions that I'm connected with. AI leadership, exactly, questioning whether we can expect to see, among other areas in this area, that we see a leadership which will enable changes in behavioral patterns,
Yes,
business
Bosco.
models, and so on and so
Bosco.
on. From my point of view, we are still not there. Still, you can look at the why. Let me give you a very rational response. You can look at the structure of the citizens and stakeholders that we're dealing with, and not all
Bosco,
of them
Bosco,
are
do you
highly
hear me?
educated, particularly not in the ICT area, and so on and so on. Let's take one of the key areas mentioned in this call, for example, Balkans. You'd find that 60 or even more, 70 and 80% of people are at the level of elementary school or high, the secondary education. So claiming that the AI will design tools that will ensure their buy-in into online education is a far stretch, I'd say. Anyway,
Bosco, do you hear me, Bosco?
we are 5 minutes into the next break time, so I'll stop and pause here for the next, I would say, 10 minutes, because we've discussed the question for 5, and we'll continue at 1:17. So we're back, as promised, with application proposal writing, filling the application form, and ensuring that we address all the evaluation questions and educate evaluators in such a way so that we have maximum scores. Now, we'll continue. I won't provide a long introduction. The first part of the application form is administrative part, which is typically called part A. And what you need to fill in at the beginning and ensure that all the partners as well have their registration completed before submission of proposal, with their participant certification number and their layers approved and so on and so on, which is for those who had not been there and through the process, which is not at all overly complicated and scary process. It's just typical administration. And when you register as a participant and you provide relevant documents and you get your identification number and you get to a dedicated person who's going to be representing you as an organization in front of the commission and so on. Then you put title and acronym of a project, and usually the acronym ought to be something attractive, which will be standing out, not too technical, not too messed up in terms of. I've seen hundreds of those acronyms. For example, I had one. I participated in compete project. It was great. It's a compete, like it immediately would imply but competitiveness in terms of it was dealing with the agri-food section, but that would be a good acronym. A rescue acronym here came to my mind for European democracy. Maybe I'm pessimistic, but then abstract ought to be developed without any mistakes, because the first impressions and abstract would really set the tone, the mindset of evaluators. The full, of course, the name, the title of your proposal, important. Then you fill out as well roles, who's coordinating. Now, for those who don't know, the role of the coordinator is to communicate with the Commission, European Commission, your donor, your sponsor, about the control, monitoring, progress, and so on, and as well to control and monitor and communicate and organize, lead the partners of the consortium. Now, that is distinction between the coordinator and the other partners who are within your consortium, members of the team. They will be responsible, some for work packages, some for tasks. So that's the construction. So that's the difference between coordinator and the other ones. I've written here, University of Belgrade. It's more like a joke, really, looking at the situation in academia in Belgrade and the demonstrations and so on, and the fact that some of the leaders in terms of academia and so on now during the protests, which are escalating, are essentially there politically without relevant diplomas and knowledge and research background. So it's really a joke. Budget, I'd say 3 million, because maximum would be 3.5, so we are going for 3. Ideally, what evaluators want to see is, again, well-coordinated, well-balanced budget between work packages and between partners as well. Ethics, as I mentioned before, is a relevant part. Now, what is the difference between winning proposals and the other ones? And that you can see in this slide. Essentially, it presents a difference between those who will be rejected on the left side and those who will get the money on the right side. And those who can clearly understand the difference will get the money. So what is the difference? As you can see, if I would ask you and my colleague, Professor Dr. Steve Quarry, with whom I worked for over 10, 15 years, who also uses often and had pretty much designed some of these learning tools, he would ask, and I would ask, so what do you see here, this first bar chart, when we start the project? Can you identify what is the place where we start here? How do we measure in terms of the progress and in terms of time? Is it clear? We can measure in terms of time, but can we measure it clearly in terms of progress? And then when we finish, what you see at the second bar chart is essentially uncharted fog. So if you cannot clearly measure where we started and where we had ended, how can we measure impact, which is weighted most significantly in the evaluation? And your winning proposal shouldn't have, in any of the text and descriptions and so on, any fog. So you can see at the right side of the slide, description of a winning proposal. Now we have a very clear measurement of where do we start here and steps on how do we achieve the impact which we had planned and measurable time scale. And what comes into these measures in the first bar chart, or where do we start, we need needs analysis, stakeholders, of course. Yeah, state-of-the-art definition, and how do we go beyond it? And in 2005, as I said, we can't go incrementally. We can't make slight progress beyond state-of-the-art. We need to think of groundbreaking advancements. Partner justification. So why had we chosen those partners for those specific activities that they ought to be implementing throughout the project? And it needs to be based on their expertise, previous track record, resources, and so on. Existing excellence, existing capacity that we have, existing resources and good track record. Why I'm saying good track record, why should we as a consortium be the one implementing this, provided that we don't know what we're doing and we're embarking into something new versus someone who's well-versed and experienced in leading similar type of activity. And then we have outputs, which is the impact that the Commission wants us to achieve. And we need to clearly define our pathways to impact from our outcomes. Stakeholders impact, beneficiaries impact, sustainability, of course, value for money, and publicity and visibility. And that would be graphically, easily explain your winning proposal. Now, this is the moment where you need to carefully step into analysis of what's written within the application form, what's written within the evaluation form. And as I stated, you can use AI. This is the example that I used and Steve had used some 12, 15 years ago, I think. It's the introduction, and it's still relevant. This is why I've chosen it, for convergence in outmost regions, those who are still not there at the level of quality that we need. So those would be widening areas and countries that need knowledge and so on. And what you see highlighted here are the key words and phrases for which we need to provide evidence that we had addressed those issues within our call text. And that's call analysis. And that this comes from the policy introduction from the document. And they're all marked, numbered here. And I've done the same for the new call now for democracy, for this rescuing EU democracy call. And I've asked AI to do the same. And I've got pretty solid results. This is just the beginning because it has over 100 words and phrases which AI identified. And I copied them into a text Word document. And then I've asked AI to provide to me explanation what needs to be written for within the proposal text for those words and phrases to be assessed with the highest marks by evaluators. So it means that we've included and addressed all what's required by the Commission. And when you look at the call text, it says expected outcome. Projects should contribute to all of the following expected outcomes. And then it says, improved understanding. Now, this is AI marked as 1. Improved understanding. So you need to provide evidence that you had achieved and addressed this issue. Means that the understanding is improved among, and they say it's marked with 2, policymakers, educators, and civil society. So on all of these 3 stakeholder groups, you need to provide evidence that the understanding is improved. 5, citizens' education. Now I see a huge role of media in this, but also the networks of NGOs and so on, but media primarily. Then democratic participation marked as 6. So we need to ensure that we provide evidence about that. Reinforced trust. Now, how do we have reinforced trust? How do we measure that? How do we ensure that this is addressed in the call text? And so on and so on. As I stated, this is just the beginning. And this is only the copy paste of segment. And it goes on to more than 100 words and phrases which are relevant in the call text. It means intelligently interpreting call text is exactly this. Policymakers are a mystery to me, how to select them. Okay. Well, you have policymakers in different levels. Now, what means policy? It's a regulation, law, or it's called policy within the EU institutions. So when we call when addressing the call addresses policy making at the national level, we're actually talking about ministries. So we need to involve adequate ministry, which is in charge for making policy for that at national level. Rarely, because EU funding programs, they don't work at national level, except in terms of structural cohesion investment funds. The community programs such as Horizon, they look at regions, citizens level, regions, industry level, and EU level. Those are the levels within the Horizon. But when we are talking about policy making, we can't go to all the regions because it's not all that much developed on a regional level and so on. So we must go below one step and consider national policy making. So we will address relevant ministries. Ideally, we can't do that for all the territory. If it's EU-wide call, we can't say for all the countries involved that will be addressed, that the impact will be addressing. We will have all the ministries involved in our policy design. But some of them, who are at the forefront or who are for some reasons, depending on the context relevant, will be involved, and we'll have workshops with them. And then these kind of policy results and recommendations will be replicated. And then we organize a larger workshop with the representatives of the Commission. And the Commission would be responsible for the EU-wide level in terms of policies. I hope I addressed that. So you need to address, for example, national ministries, and you need to address policymakers within the European Commission on that sectoral level. That would be relevant DGs, General Directorate. Do you have achieved that level of participation ever? Yes. We've made it's a really fight of a as I mentioned during the beginning of the lecture. It's a fight of a, how they call David and Goliath. That would be the small and the big ones, because policy evidence. Factual and science-based evidence policy making supposed to be the dominating the major practice of the EU. However, it's not. You would see that essentially policy making, while the politicians decide to be strategy and policy objectives, is often driven by what comes as an input of embassies like US, UK, and so on, and big tech, big money. Their inputs will drive policy development. As I said, politicians wouldn't always represent those who elected them, but those who funded them. So you'd find a fight, a struggle, trying to balance these two. But small wins are there, and the awareness within the policymakers, within the Commission, and in the national ministries, sometimes prevail. So I had seen that policymaking was designed as a result of projects and advanced in the way so that projects had demonstrated that this works, and then they make a regulation and they enable something to live and to be scaled up. In theory, EU is doing policy making based on exactly what I just described. In theory, in practice, I say it's a David versus Goliath still, and we are fighting. Can you hear me now? Is the tone back? Oh, good. Okay. I was afraid that we lost tone because I mentioned Rearm Europe. So, just a small joke. Anyway, I'm glad that we're back. Sorry for the interruption. Some technically had happened. So this is, I hope you have heard what I've just mentioned as an example, like Rearm Europe. in terms of policy. Now, versus, I repeat what I've said as a clear example of what we are, the struggle of David and Goliath. Now you see, military-industrial complex is already positioning itself what they want to sell, and they want to sell, I don't know, new intelligent AI-led drones because it's cheap for them to go to produce it, and they're going to have maximal profit margins on it. But on the other side, there is okay, I've addressed the dark square. But on the other side, you see, versus this Goliath, which means military-industrial complex is one of the richest and controlling quite a lot of politicians and so on, we have scientific and we have factual-based policymaking trying to kind of balance this. Now, who's going to win? I'm assuming that a lion's share of the profit will actually be going not even necessarily in the EU industrial complex and EU profits, because if you analyze results of when you see, you can ask your AI once you had done analysis of projects for some sector, and you can type, okay, so who is making most profits from the results of the projects that EU had funded. And interestingly, you will see that it's not always, well, not always, in majority of cases, it's not the EU making most of the profits. I'll take AI as an example, and social networks and digital area, and you'll see that Meta, and it's not EU industry, and you'll see that Google, and it's not EU industry, and you'll see that other foreign to EU platforms are actually taking the lion's share of the innovations in ICT and AI funded by the EU. It's interesting, as I said. Remember the triangle and the game in play. Now, I say, coming back to the text that you need to write, AI is very helpful because it guides you to what do you need to write. And I've taken here below is a brief explanation of why evidence is expected for each one of these terms that I've started explaining a moment ago. So for understanding evidence, how the project improves, this needs to be. And now there are examples on how do we provide evidence that the understanding had been increased, and so on. Now, who are the policymakers and how do we address them? Educators, and so on and so on. The practice of proposal writing, this is not new, but now it's enriched by the AI. I need to hydrate myself, sorry, because I'm losing the capability to speak clearly. The sections, this is the first one, excellence, can be and are, before the AI took a dominant role, usually divided by what do we need to write. And now on the left side, we create like tables, what we need to fill in the application form in order to respond to instructions, which are, these are instructions from the application form. And then you take those words from the call text that I've shown you in the previous slide, and you can now ask AI, but previously we did it on hand just by rational thinking, critical thinking. You assign what goes where, what is objective, what is methodology, what is whatever else, implementation part, impact part, and you put those words there. On the other side here, on the right side, are evaluation questions. Now, for example, here, how excellent the first section of your proposal will be evaluated. So clarity and pertinence of the objectives will be the first thing to be assessed. So whether the goals that you have just described in your proposal are clear, are they relevant to the goal, are they ambitious? Now, ambition need to be groundbreaking. And here, AI have given me examples tackling trust issues, polarization, and so on and so on. And here, threshold is 4 out of 5. You need to really nail it. Appropriateness of the ambition. Evaluate if the project scope is challenging and yet achievable. And this is pretty much the name of the game, is you must address all the relevant words. So when I say scope is challenging yet achievable, I'm meaning you don't go beyond what's described in the call text. Essentially, that means all the words. So you ask the AI to write this section to review each point. No, I will address your question at the end when I finish the text. On the right side, evaluation questions for this section: credibility and soundness of methodology. So it assesses whether methods are feasible and appropriate. And those would be an example, digital education methods for inclusion and so on. Extent of the innovation. And this is what I've emphasized several times throughout the webinar, that we are not pitching incremental advancement of beyond state of the art. We're pitching ambitious, groundbreaking innovations. So we need to provide proof how we exceeded the state of the art. And I'm going to show in the next session, when we do evaluation, the most effective methods, how we can convince without any doubt, without any chance for evaluator to claim differently. Evaluators are not paid to trust you. My work as an evaluator, in a nutshell, is to reduce the pile of, for example, 300-400 proposals to maybe, let's say, 3, which will be funded. That means 397 needs to be rejected. That means that while I'm trying to justify rejection for the first 300, I'll just go first to see, for example, whether they exceeded the scope, whether they are mirroring the cold text or they use different wording, which immediately implies that it's unclear, not pitching directly to what the commission expects you to do, means not following instructions. So let's say that 150 or 200 will drop already there. Then level of ambitions and novelty for definition of the state of the art, whether they know what the state of the art in the area is. It implies that they know they have the best research considered, previous and ongoing projects demonstrated, and then it's claiming that they are going beyond it. And now in 2025, not just slightly, incrementally beyond state of the art, but a huge step. So we need to show that in a way so that it is measurable, so that it's convincing and supported by evidence, and that evaluators cannot claim differently. Now, your job as a proposal writer who wants to win is to narrow down the space for the evaluator to give any subjective assessment, because I'm paid not to trust you and to put you down, to refuse, to reject your proposal. So you need to prevent me to provide sufficient amount of education of evaluator and narrow down the space for me to say, if I claim that you are not ambitious enough, that you're outside of the scope, that you're whatever in the questions is here written, that you can put a complaint and say, no, it's not true. And here is the text proving that we are right. meaning evaluation. Now, it's easy to test it using AI, whether you are covering all the keywords and all the evaluation criteria and so on and so on. But yet again, AI cannot, and I must respond to your question, to whether are we asking AI to write this? No, we are asking AI to provide us a frame, and we might ask AI to give us the draft, but the final refinements and the inputs and so on will have to include expertise of those who we had chosen to be the pillars of the expertise for our proposal, meaning that I, myself, cannot cover all the expertise necessary to address this proposal. Although I have 20 years in proposal writing, I can get to maybe 14.5 in terms of the tricks of the trade, I'd say, experience in proposal writing, which will arm me to use previous proposals to show that expertise and research results are considered and so on and so on. But in terms of real knowledge of what works, what doesn't, what are the best practices, what are not, and so on, experience still plays tremendous role. And this is where you get the winning proposals by consulting and involving key experts for that area. I can't claim that the Commission will always follow that path, and I can't claim that in all cases high quality proposals will win, because throughout my experience, I would be lying to you. I've seen that reputable names, for example, will, for example, influence evaluators. So some of the most reputable organizations will get proposals not on the quality of the proposal, but because of their name and reputation and influence on the Commission. Some of the proposals will be pretty much I've seen that as well. Consortiums which had continuously dominated some topics and areas and just shifted a few SMEs and roles to cover up that essentially they are pulling the money out of the Commission for that area and that topic, and with minor changes, with low quality proposals and almost zero impacts. So we have quite a complex area and diverse ways of how people win. But what I'm preaching here are methods which are not based on corruption and which are essentially based on quality and to a great extent which dominate this arena. So Horizon is known to be the funding scheme, the program where excellence and quality dominate. Still not the impact yet. We're working on that last 20 years. So objectives, you need to set clear and measurable and ambitious objectives. Ambition needs to go quite much beyond state of the art. Methodology need to include interdisciplinary approach, as I mentioned. Open science principles in the first section need to be very thoroughly considered and addressed. So it will be scrutinized whether and how you manage your data, how you share it, gender issues again, and age issues. Impact section, key evaluation questions, contribution to expected outcomes. Now, impact section now plays, as I say, although I've seen those claims with FP6 and FP7 and FP8, now FP9, and apparently FP10 as well is going to be pretty much kind of impact driven. The problems with impact driven is like what we've seen in US happening with Dodge. If you want to have an impact driven issues, you really significantly need to get the administrative and bureaucratic burden out of the game. And essentially, EU and European Commission and agencies are bureaucratic administrative bodies controlling the Senate. So this is the balance why we are having problems with impact since FP6 last 20 or more years. And who's winning is, if you look at the number of employees in the Commission and agencies, a number of agencies, a number of programs, a number of administrative bureaucrats and so on working on it, you'll see exponential rise on the side of bureaucracy, and not such an exponential rise in terms of impact. So that's why we don't still have impact-driven programs. Now, assess if the pathways. Now, what it means, pathways, as I explained, that's the connection between our outcomes and impacts. We need to create pathways. Now, an example, in the proposal text, we need to advance the democracy. And in the work package 3, I think, or 4, we're creating an application for digital online education. And pathway would be, we have an application here, and then we have applications kind of implementation and scaling up number of users and training them and whatever is necessary for it becomes to live and to work well. And then after we have the impact of the application in terms of feedback, like measuring results, or how many people had advanced their understanding or participation or something, and that would be a pathway to impact. So you need to clearly describe those steps, how the impact is going to be achieved and measurable and verifiable. Sustainability of measures. Now, whether once the funding has stopped, situation is going to be like funding started, team is working here, there are some impacts and changes in behavior among the stakeholders, but funding stopped and we are back to where we started. Now we need to provide proof that things will continue at this level. It's very challenging in practice, and in terms of writing proposals, it's not so much, but supposedly the evaluators will now, again, the claim is look at the sustainability and impact in terms of more weight and rigor. Relevance to the needs of stakeholders, of course, that comes as we don't do some, if you don't address that as a basics, you're actually going beyond the scope of the proposal. Quality of expected results and impact on target groups. Essentially what we want to do in each one of those, regardless of whether it's a product, new business model, service, policy, whatever, it is change in behavior. So we need to have it, we need to claim that we have achieved it and that we can measure that and that it's going to be sustainable change. Outcomes, specify tangible results. Well, okay, so here is a pathway example. Application, increase engagement, number of users, and based on what they've achieved through this engagement, trust is boosted and we can measure it. Dissemination, detailed, robust strategies. It's critical to have advanced dissemination strategies, and this is the role of communication experts, and this is the role of media experts. So that would be, for example, for Darinka, a relevant issue. This is your niche where you can take part in any project, not necessarily only related to media, democracy, or whatever. Any project needs expertise in communication, how the public and the stakeholder groups and so on will first be aware, be informed about what they need to be informed, how we're going to make influence so they change their perception, eventually behavior or something. And that relates tightly to, for example, marketing strategies and other well-known and well-used strategies in terms of communication by the industry. And it's not that much different here. So whether we want to have people buying Mercedes, BMW, or BYD, and the fight is real. And here where you're working for the EU in order to achieve the results that the EU is proposing through the challenges and the calls. So the expertise in communication and information, influence, and so on is critical for any project. That's what I want to emphasize in terms of expertise and where the media have their role. Exploitation. So we need to highlight the practical uptake that whatever we had created will be used. And that's when I mentioned stakeholder involvement. So we are claiming that by the end of the project, we'll have an uptake. EU impact linked to EU priorities. I already mentioned that, but I'll give you a simple example in order for you to get a better understanding of how brutal it is. Relevant, maybe, is a better word, to cozy up to the politicians. And it's not an unknown for any of those support structures. For example, UK research office supporting UK researchers, Slovenian, a small new member state, and so on. The attempts to cozy up to the political objectives, you've seen that the AI, for example, immediately suggested Kiev School of Economics or something. Why? Because politicians had repeatedly claimed that involving Ukraine researchers is a plus and will be evaluated highly, and is necessary for us to provide them an environment while the Ukraine was in war, and they wouldn't have the environment to continue adequately. So getting them involved is relevant. And you can see the extent of how many organizations and people had listened when AI had identified that they are the most common partner for that, regardless of the quality of their research. That's cozying up to the political objectives. I've worked on a project, for example, when DG commissioner had claimed that during her term, for example, security in terms of traffic mobility is the first priority during her mandate, and that we are going to eliminate all the traffic accidents and so on. And I have a project further developed on that topic. But and then you see that those people from the government structures and support offices were listening carefully and said, oh, okay, now we immediately go back to our organizations, institutions. We search for those who had research experience and so on in that areas, and then we promote this as a key objective of our projects. So if you are not part of that support and structure chain, and I don't know whether you are or not, I'm working with quite a few, I have links with many, but just presenting in terms of, let's say, state of the art would be one group of variables to be assessed. Quality of your team and consortium would be another group of variables to be assessed in terms of evaluation or whether you have a winning proposal. Let's take a third one in terms of the implementation, the capacity for you to achieve the results which you had planned, and the quality of those results, whether they are beyond state of the art or not. Capacity would be more on the side of the quality of your team and resources, but the quality of results in terms of going beyond state of the art. Let's say that is third group of variables, and let's say that this is the scheme of that this is a winning proposal. These three groups. Now, the silent one, the invisible one, the secret of winning proposals that would kind of be a tailor-made, customized one, would be this invisible that you had EU added value. Of course, you need to be aligned with the cold text and all the key terms and so on, but pitching on some of the political priorities and emphasizing that you are actually advancing something. For example, if a new regulation is planned, that the EU want to introduce new regulation about, let's say, electric vehicles, mobility or something, and that your solution is not only in line with new regulation, but it's actually going to have a transformative impact on the industry and drive the transition to this, so the new regulation becomes alive and the new policy is implemented, and you're at the forefront of driving the transformation of the industry and the sector towards this new policy that they've designed, then you're going to win. And that will be the silent criteria, but the critical one, which is not so explicitly described in the cold text evaluation criteria and so on, but it's an experienced kind of based advice. And then implementation questions, I'll go briefly to them because we're already at 2. Quality and effectiveness of work plan. As in any project management, what we're dealing with quality of the activities, measuring, control, and managing risks. So whether we have appropriate mitigation measures, risks. Now, you don't want to have risks in terms of implementation, and you might want to have risk on the level of innovation, for example. But then you want to have a good mitigation measures, and that this is the level of risk that I would advise, which is tolerable. Not to kill the proposal because it's too risky, but you can't say that you have a breakthrough and high impact without any risk. You need to consider that there is a risk, and you know to manage it. So appropriateness of efforts and resources. Now, whether you had invested sufficient amount of expertise, human resources, and equipment, and so on, or you are buying new BMWs for your own luxury to go to a road trip to, let's say, I don't know, cover some unreachable areas. Do you need to buy something as expensive or less expensive? The appropriateness of expenditures. Essentially, those who have best cost to impact ratio will win. So if someone can achieve what you're claiming that you will achieve for less money, then they will win. Capacity and expertise of consortium, of course, critical, self-explanatory, that while reading the experience of those key people, key experts within the organization, achievements of the organization, how many prizes, how many awards, how many papers, how many patents, how many commercialized innovations, how many companies, how many other kind of successes they had done in their career and achieved will be relevant and well considered. And overall implementation efficiency, and you want to have a lean design of a project in terms of activities and work packages and how to control progress, milestones, deliverables, and measuring the quality of results. So final in this session, final recommendations. Work plan. Ideally, 5 work packages, up to 6 or 7. Resources, well, in this concrete case, we use 3 million, which would be around between 500 to 700 person months, I would say, depending on how much equipment we use. I would take for this 3 million RIA, average number of partners would be 12 to 15. These are all experience-based guesses. You can check them on AI or commissions, publications. consortium in terms of how we define roles. Well, we'll put the top experts to the work package leading, and we'll put again for smaller activities again the most adequate experts leading different activities there, and good justification why we had chosen exactly them. Mitigation of risks, make it design-wise, make it clear that you're considering like if you are going to have a groundbreaking innovation technological wise, you need early in the project to test it and then advance and change space for advancement and changes and improvements. Deliverables, of course. So clarity, avoid jargon. I already said that. I use an example. Don't say innovative. Say this is the first time that AI will be implemented for advancing education of citizens and for whatever, or the first time that business model will include media and education facilities and so on to address all the stakeholder groups relevant to advance the democracy and bridge the gaps. Evidence. You need evidence for statements, apparently, yes. I'm going to address that in this. I think I'll extend this session a bit. I've spent too much time on the first part. Alignment in terms of mirroring the call text, I already explained that you need to address all the key words and phrases. And if resilience in the call text, and in this case is mentioned 10 times, then apparently it's very relevant aspect, and they need to put a lot of weight into that. The resilience will be metrics, quantify everything. We need to be clear. If you remember the first slide on how we measure things, and we measure them by quantifying them. So secrets to success, use exact call phrases, because the first test will be done through AI. And if you don't have a match of exact phrases, AI won't even recognize that you're within the scope of the text. Address every objective and outcome explicitly. I would go beyond every word of the call text as I demonstrated. Avoid generic proposals, and this is where AI loses versus experience, because tailor-made specificity, reflect your priorities. And I also made an example, political priorities, and tailoring will lift the scores from 3 to a maximum. Quantifiable metrics, I already explained that. And quantifiable, when we think about quantifiable, we're looking at industry sector. We're looking at sector. So we're looking at key actors, and we're looking at key parameters. What do we measure in that sector? Visibility, influence, number of people, whatever it is. So you find that, and then in order for you to show your impact, you need to be aware that if it's a market, then market shares are predominant value system. And within this predominant value system, you say, we will have a market share, and if it's 0.1, well, it's neglectable. It's not relevant. And you're claiming that you're going to have disruptive impact. So you need to have at least minimum would be 15%, unless you, and I'd say first year, and then you build on it and you go to 40, 50%, and then it's disruptive, and then it changes the market, key players, and the value chain. So you need to have the big picture in order to get to the metrics which are relevant for what you claim to be the impact. Highlight a EU added value. Of course, in the text you can't, well, actually you can. I've seen proposals which have specifically quoted commissioner statements. I can't say that's a good practice, but that's very much cozying to the political leaders. But you certainly need and must show that your proposal is very tightly not linked, but contributing to achieving EU policies. And if you're wise, you won't say we're contributing, you will say that you are leading the transformation so that EU policies and regulations and whatever is the plan is now being in place and achieved. That you are the driving force, your new product, your innovation, your approach, your project will do it. Groundbreaking. You have 3 levels of innovation. The first one would be advancing the effectiveness, cost benefits, cost effectiveness, and so on. The second level of innovation would be using new resources, new ways of work, and so on to achieve new ways of profitability and impact. The third level of innovation would be groundbreaking. Time span would be 2 to 5 years. And that's what we call innovation jargon, the thinking out of the box, the big kind of ideas that change the market, that change it. So this is not incremental. Incremental is everything in between the first and the second level until the groundbreaking one, which changes the value chain in the sector and in industry. How do you do that? With partnership with the big ones, because it is very counterintuitive or irrational, I would say, to claim that by submitting your proposal to the European Commission, how you're going to make a groundbreaking change in some industry, in some sector, meaning you're going to reduce profitability and impact of some of the big players and bring in new ones. So it's counterintuitive and I'd say rational not to consider that European Commission are the big players. They're representing, they're influencing the policies, they're dictating what the Commission is doing. So you are actually saying to the big players that you're going to take away their profitability. You're going to change their control mechanisms for markets and protecting some markets. You're going to change something. You're going to do something. So if your groundbreaking innovation is essentially that. So thinking that you can do it without some support of the big ones is irrational. And who are the big ones with whom you can do it? So I'll simplify it. If within the industry sector, there are market shares controlled by some dominant players. Now, you either can pitch that you'll work with those big ones who are still not in the leadership positions. So they want to increase their market share, and that's why they'll be your industry partners in scaling up your solution. Or they already have contact with your potential customers, users, stakeholders, and so on, but not selling what you want to sell. I'm simplifying it. So essentially, for example, I'd make an example. I don't know, we're adding to whatever delivery services you're using, Volt, UPS, who cares? And you add some service and they have trust and reach and established relationship with your potential users and customers. And through them, you're expanding what they're offering to them. So that's, again, a different kind of partnership, getting you to the level of having the reach for becoming scalable and having EU-wide, which would mean on the level of industry or sector adoption. Of course, societal relevance, I mentioned that. What do we have? Feasibility of consortium, I explained, risk management and so on. Tailor-made, specific, because if everyone starts pitching the AI written proposals without what I've explained to you, you'll be winning if you use what I've been preaching. Yes, to conclude, techniques for achieving excellence. It's intelligently interpreting instructions. It's work breakdown structure responding to the call. It's causality in terms of when you stated your initial problems, research questions, challenges that you want to address in terms of the gaps, technology advancements, the causality of why and what we are doing and how we're going to do it and who's going to do it, that needs to be perfectly clear, measurable, and justifiable. Consistency is a mistake to make, because if you're writing proposal for 2 months, I start with one idea and then I upgrade it and advance it. And then at some point, I might, because my eyes are not reading what's written on the screen anymore, I know it in my head. I missed to say that, for example, I started with having 3 stakeholder workshops, and then I refined that and said, I'm going to have 1 stakeholder workshop, and one will be actually a meeting with investors to have scale up and support for our innovation SMEs, innovation-driven SMEs or startups. And the third one will be actually with policymakers, and then I write that in the text. But if I haven't corrected the first claim, evaluators will easily detect that that I made a mistake, that I'm talking about 2 different things. It's not 3 stakeholder workshops, it's this. And whether it's this or that brings you to the pile of good, it's eliminated. There are better proposals. Educating the evaluator about evaluation criteria. Now, what we need to consider is a very grim reality that many evaluators don't have English language skills at adequate level. Not nearly all, of course, are native English speakers. This is why terminology is critically important, and using the phrases from the proposal is critically important, and educating evaluators about evaluation criteria, responding directly to what evaluation criteria are written and telling them that we deserve the maximum score, we had done the maximum that's required. Then providing measurable and credible evidence for our claims and sufficient level of detail using Nadia. I'm going to explain what Nadia is, approach to proposal writing. Prioritizing and reducing quantity of information. And AI can help with that, but it can also take away the keywords and so on. So you need to train your AI not to get out when it's summarizing information, not to take away what's relevant. Addressing sub-evaluation criteria and text formatting with facts and figures, so those who are evaluators, they don't lose attention. They don't find your proposal boring and repelling to kind of, they need to stay interested in reading it. So just an example on how this is a very basic example. How do we pitch to evaluator that they need to be educated about proposal evaluation criteria is, for example, if ICT policy objective states something, blah, 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 we must all be able to obtain the skills which are needed to live and work in the information age. And that's a policy objective. And our proposal ought to address. And then we adjust in the sentence. This is a very basic way. Now, during the second year of the project, 120 experts will be trained in blah, 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 whatever, to obtain the skills needed to live and work in the information age. Now, I essentially had really as treating a kid explain the claim that this will clearly contribute to achieve the first EU ICT policy objective. So you cannot dispute it. Now, experienced evaluator can dispute blah, 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 because whether this activity will lead to this impact and achievement. And this is essentially what last 2 points I'm going to make is intelligently interpreting instructions and Nadia providing sufficient level of detail in writing. So every word, as I explained, has a meaning. So if we have blah, 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 close cooperation with at least 3 European, and then it says outstanding partnering organization. It's there italic. Now, close cooperation, what it means. Well, apparently it can't be we've met on a webinar. It has to be that we had a series of workshops, a joint plan for developing new projects, strategy, you know, and so on and so on. And that it requires communication, collaboration, and so on. That would imply close cooperation. Outstanding. So we need to provide evidence that those are outstanding organizations. Now, why and how can they be outstanding? It means that they have more publications, citations, Nobel Prize winners, leading scientists, or whatever, patents, achievements, awards than others. That makes them outstanding. And explaining Nadia, last slide. I've extended a bit this session, but on the account of the other one, because I think this is very relevant. Sufficient detail. So, for example, this is a typical mistake of a proposal writer who's going to create a low quality or proposal which will not be selected for funding. Let's say one of our young R&D scientists will spend 1 month in project year 1 at the Institute X in Paris to be trained in how to use an ABC machine. And this is a very common and typical statement to be made in any project. And this is essentially why, and as I mentioned in the previous example, I won't believe in that blah, 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 that it will achieve the impact which is expected. And this is a description how it should. Our institute currently has no ABC machine, though we plan to buy one in project year 1, as it is essential to develop the diagnostic tests of objective 4 in the project. Thus, one of our talented scientists will analyze pasta DNA, for example, at the Institute of Dr. X in Paris 1 month immediately before commissioning our ABC machine. And Dr. X has used ABC machine since 2001. So with 25 years of experience, she has 2 machines, one of which is regularly used to train the visiting workers. And upon return to our institute, the young R&D scientists will help commission the new ABC machine and give training. And we plan, for example, we put in a project 2 training sessions in its use to others to ensure dissemination and sustainability of the newly acquired expertise. Essentially, that's the Nadia, needs analysis, activity description, impact analysis. You train your mind to write a proposal using, for every sentence, this approach. And you test whether you had this need analysis, whether you have a sufficient detail on the activity description, and whether it guarantees impact here. And the last point during this session is, if you take a look at the section here of a proposal, Steve, not me, had highlighted in different colors background information, why, what, how, results. And what is immediately obvious here is that when we look at how, that's the key word, the survey here, in this case, will be conducted in 7 countries: France, Germany, Hungary, Italy, blah, 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 with, I don't know, 600 per country, to ensure representative and comprehensive samples, data collection to be subordinated to the major international market research company, again, media and communication experts. But the point is, this is the most common, well, one of the most common mistakes the proposal writers make. And when I say one of the most common, I mean among not reading and implementing instructions and not providing the sufficient level of detail in explaining the activities and pathways to impact and so on. And again, not mirroring the cold text, going outside or a little less than what the scope and the cold text requires. So those would be pretty much the summarized key problems. So I've extended this session for 27 minutes, a bit to answer the questions and a bit to provide more detailed insights into what are the key tools and what is the philosophy of behind winning proposals, and that's the essence of it. So now we will have a break of 15 minutes, and we will proceed after the break for 1 hour of combined session of showing some models of proposals. So you have a glimpse on how the winning proposals look like, how they had addressed, for example, going beyond state of the art, and what facts and figures visually would mean in terms of keeping the reader, the evaluator, interested. And you will also have an opportunity to yourself to become an evaluator and act as if you were working for the commission on evaluating a proposal, and then we might discuss whether you would like to fund it or not, and why yes and why not. So now it's 2:28, almost 30. We'll continue with the next and last session, which will combine the last two, at 2:45. Welcome back. I've decided to start a little bit before 2:45 for maybe a minute to show you two proposals very briefly. The first one, this one, is the one I mentioned previously, that I consider one of the best in terms of the quality of proposal writing and the project design that I worked on. It had been coordinated by Newcastle University, but mostly it was written by Professor Dr. Steve Quarry, Professor Dr. Matthew Gorton, and colleagues from, I think, Parma and Wageningen, and Aristotle contributed a little bit, and myself. So at the time I was leading the organization called Balkan Security Network, so here we are. But composition-wise, in terms of how to design the structure of the consortium, so that you ensure that you had multidisciplinary team and that you had included stakeholders, as I mentioned throughout the lecture. You can see here, pretty much we have almost all of the most renowned and the best research entities in that field. That whole topic was about strengthening European food chain sustainability by quality and procurement policy. Then I mentioned 3 dedicated communication partners. And you see one at the level, you mentioned the question about how do we ensure policy influence. Now, there are specialized companies as well dealing with the institutions, specialized in communication, public affairs. But this one was not really pitching at communication expertise and selling it. It's a Food Information Council, however relevant for communication and impact than us in terms of training, sustainability and research and top class, which was providing MOOCs. Stakeholder partners, now you can see that we tried to involve those who are policymakers. Here we have well, municipality wouldn't be at a policy level in Serbia. It would be, we used it as someone who's going to provide their resources and enable us to do piloting of innovative solutions